Thank you for joining us. I want to tell you that this is being recorded. I interrupted that voice. So thank you for being here. I see more people in person and frankly, from my perspective, it's lovely. I like the interchange that can occur when we're in the room during breaks and as we take time getting organized. So happy 2023. Last time we were here, we were hoping for rain. And it worked. So before I officially open it, I want to assure that people who are calling or logging on are able to join us without feedback. So those of you in the glass room need to give me a high sign. Everybody's logged on? Okay, there's actually a reflection, so thinking I saw it. My name is Jane Dolan. In case you didn't see that, I'm president of the board, so I do preside. I'm going to begin by officially calling this Board of Directors meeting of January 27th, 2013 in session. So there we are. As I said, we are conducting this in hybrid, and we expect to do that into the future because we're finding people who live many miles away can participate and can know, or people who have other needs to be at home instead of driving to a spot. So welcome. Mr. Jones, would you call the roll, please? Mr. Jones is in the glass room, so. Do you want me to do it?
I can do it.
All right, I will ask our executive officer to do it.
Got it, right?
Oh, I got it. Member Bosler,
Then we'll do this one.
Board Member Grego, Board Member Ramirez,
Here.
Board Member Countryman,
Present.
Secretary Johnson,
I'm here. Good morning, everybody.
Vice President Valines, President Dolan.
President Dolan is here. Vice President Valines will not be joining us. He is on a visit to his son. And he's at a spot where he can't log in because the time change is pretty large. So before we go to the review of agenda, I will do just number one. If we have any introductions or announcements to be made today, and I'll call on our executive officer.
Yes, good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. We do have a couple of staff changes that I wanted to tell you about and introduce you to our newest employee. That's Elena Tao, and she's joining us by video. I understand she has a class today. She is our student assistant who's joining our operations branch. She's a junior at Cal State Sacramento and is majoring in civil engineering. She'll be working on improving the board's database records, and we're very excited to have her on our team. And welcome, Elena.
Hello, my name is Elena. Thank you for having me. I hope to be working with a lot of you soon, or getting to meet you in person. I'm sorry that I was not able to make it today, but I do appreciate you guys having me.
Well, welcome, and we look forward to actually seeing you when you can do that, and we're having a meeting.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, welcome, Elena.
Thank you.
Other staff changes are Mr. John Tice retired as of January 9th. He was a water resources engineer who joined the board in 2009 and worked in both permitting and enforcement. In 2020, John volunteered to serve in the contact tracer as a contact tracer in the state's effort to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. And for this effort, he was awarded a Superior Accomplishment Award by the board. We will miss John and wish him the best of luck on this next phase of his life.
Yes, we will.
Yeah, thank you. Water Resources Engineer Priscilla De La Mar's last day with the board was last Friday, January 20th. She worked in the inspection section since 2020, providing construction inspection oversight and advancing the board's pilot automatic board order reclassification program. She will be starting a new position as a senior water resources engineer with DWR's Division of Operation and Maintenance. And while we will miss her dedicated work in the inspection section, we wish her the best of luck in her new role as a supervisor.
I suspect we might see her from time to time.
Let's hope so.
Well, I congratulate her for that. Sorry to lose her. She's still with the state, so we'll continue to work together. Is that all?
That
Does
is
anyone
all I
else have any announcements they want to make? You got 2 seconds to make them. Okay, we'll proceed. We have an active agenda today. We expect to take agenda items in order, and they are to approve the minutes. We have 2 consent items, both are bridge improvements. I will call after that on something that's called public comment. That's the time for people to address the board for something that is not on the agenda. We have a legislative update, but I understand that it's a written submittal. The Army Corps of Engineers does not have a report for us this month. And then both the Department of Water Resources and,
Go ahead. That's for the comment, public comment, just so you know.
oh, okay, thank you. Department of Water Resources and our board staff will have presentations on the flooding events that we have experienced and other matters to bring before us. Please know that I like to take breaks, and I'm not sure when that will be, but it will be either when it's been quite a while, or it just seems to me that it's time. Then we have board items that are both informational and action. Then we receive as submitted reports from our administration and our branches. We have a brief overview of upcoming meetings, and we will hold a closed session at the end. So know that. So ready to go. That's the review of the agenda. We have the minutes of November 18th, 2022. Secretary Johnson.
Thank you, President Dolan. These are the minutes of the November board meeting. I've reviewed them and believe they're in order. I would like to call attention for my fellow board members and Sarah and staff that this time, in addition to all of the formal actions recorded in the minutes, we included 2 references to board discussion that didn't lead to formal action, because the agenda wasn't set up that way, but included them as an aid to our collective memory and ability to follow up. And one of those was Board Member Bosler started a discussion about interest in optimizing how the written reports could be presented with a dashboard or something else, and folks had interest in following up there. And the second was associated with the discussion from the Horseshoe area about the state maintenance area. And by the time we were done, I think all of the board members had expressed an interest in finding a venue to grapple with some of the statewide policy issues that come about through this, not only specific to that place, but other places where we might have similar issues. And so I hope that's helpful. We included it along with the others as an aid to our memory. And with that, I'll move that we approve the November 18 board meeting minutes.
We have a motion to approve the minutes. Is there someone who wants to say aye second? That would be Member Griego. Thank you for highlighting that. I think those are very helpful additions. You're a much better secretary than I remember. Mr. Jones, will you call the roll? Oh, does anyone else want to make a comment? No, he's laughing because I was the secretary. Mr. Jones, would you call the roll on approving the minutes, please?
Board Member Bosler. Board Member Griego.
Yes.
Board Member Ramirez.
Aye.
Board Member Countryman.
Yes.
Secretary Johnson.
Aye.
Vice President Valines. President Dolan.
Yes, so that motion does carry. 6 are in favor, 1 absent. All right, we'll move to the consent items. There are 2. Permit number 19625. Caltrans is requesting permit approval for replacement of a bridge on Highway 32 It's a portion of Glenn County and a major portion of Butte. I will say I live 1.5 miles from the terminus of that approval of that road, and we're happy. They'll have some turn lanes. Item B is permit number 19628, Caltrans requesting a bridge replacement. Doesn't say the county here. Stratford Kings River Bridge.
I think it's Kings County.
Kings County. You know, I usually highlight those. All right. We take these as one motion, both approval, unless someone wishes to remove an item for discussion. Is there anyone on the board who wants to remove one of them? I see none. Anyone in the room? Any hands up? Do this if there's not. There is not. So is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
I'll move to approve the agenda.
Motion by member Countryman, second by member Griego. Mr. Jones, would you call the roll on approving the consent agenda?
Board Member Bosler,
Aye.
Board Member Griego, Board Member Ramirez,
Aye.
Board Member Countryman,
Yes.
Secretary Johnson,
Aye.
Vice President Valines, President Dolan.
Yes. So that item is approved. 6 aye. No noes, 1 absent. Item number 6 is public comment. And
She just said she's going to be here, so I don't know to call on her.
okay. This is a time of public comment. Is there anyone here present that wants to make a comment before the board for something that is not on the agenda? Is that you, Mr. Reinhardt?
Morning, President Dolan. Rick Reinhardt with Flood Control Association. Just want to bring
Morning.
attention to an article that's online on the Grist today in which you're quoted, President Dolan, on the city of Stockton, flood protection, flood threat, challenges that Stockton's face as a disadvantaged community and the threat it faces under climate change. I just sent the article to Michael Wright so he can distribute that, but really good article and highlighting the flood risk in the San Joaquin. It's a national level article. Thank you.
Well, that's very kind of you. I think I had that interview at Christmas. I'm trying not to do that anymore. Thank you. A lot of attention to what's occurred, what has been done, what needs to be done. And that's really what we are here to talk about, what needs to be done. Is there anyone else in the room wants to make a comment that's not on the agenda? Do we have any hands up for our online? There's such a reflection there.
There is a hand.
I only see the DGS person. There is a hand. Becky Young. Ms. Young, unmute yourself and make your comment to the board.
Good morning, President Dolan and the rest of the board. Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. I just wanted to, my family and I wanted to speak and let the board know that a year ago today, we asked for your help in postponing the second resolution of necessity for our property because we had been having no luck getting DWR to engage with us in a settlement. That was a year ago today. It was granted. We spoke again in August asking for help because we'd gotten no response from DWR. That meeting seemed to be instrumental because that afternoon we got finally our counteroffer after almost a year, and we accepted the offer that day. But unfortunately, here we are 5 months later with still no engagement from DWR and no settlement. And we are unable to move forward with any of our improvements that we need to make on our farm ground, drilling new wells, releveling the property, fixing damages to the house post-construction. We have trespassers and poaching going on because we can't install new gates. So we're just, again, here asking the board for any type of enforcement or assistance that you could give us in getting a settlement now going on 3.5 years. We would really like to get this settled and put behind us. So just wanted to thank you for your time.
You're welcome. And we will take that item under advisement and no discussion. Is there anyone else who has their hand up or indicates they want to make a comment? Checking that. Okay, there are none. So we will proceed. Mr. Soon, where are you? This one is submitted, is that correct? All right. We have our policy advisor, Darren Soon, prepares information on legislation both at the state and federal level. There's a lot of organizing going on. He submitted a appropriate written report, so thank you. See you over there. Item number 8. The Army Corps is not here today. We just keep that item on there for me to say they're not here when they're not here. So I have. Item number 9. Is the Department of Water Resources ready? Who's up first? Mr. Eric, good morning. You have had a busy several months. We're going to hear about it. We know a little bit about it, but we appreciate that you're here so that we can have it before the board and the public and on the record. Good morning.
Oh, there we go. Is that better? Awkwardly be leaning forward the whole time, straining on the back. Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. My name is Jeremy Eric with Department of Water Resources, Division of Flood Management. I'm here to give you kind of a recap, an overview of the 2023 winter storms that we just worked our way through. Thanks for having me, and bear with me if you need me to cut it short at any point. Just tell me to go faster or wrap it up because I have a lot of slides to go through, but hopefully it will keep you entertained.
You only take the time that you need. This is what we're all about, and this is information that we are eager to have.
Awesome, thank you. So today I'm going to kind of give you an overview of the series of storms that we saw, talk about our Flood Operations Center activation, some of the impacts at various locations, not in grave detail, but just going to give you a snapshot across the state. A little focus on the state plan of flood control and how it performed, an overview of our current water conditions, and then an outlook for the remainder of the year. And I do want to stress these events are fairly recent, obviously, so we're still trying to wrap our minds around some of the incidents and how we were able to respond to them, how communication flowed. Water still needs to recede in many areas, so there's a lot of follow-up work that will remain throughout the winter season that we'll be keeping our eyes on. So it will be continued after this presentation. If you can go to the next slide and then one more, please. Okay, so we talk a lot about our flood system infrastructure investments, which are very significant and worth noting. One thing we don't talk about as much are the investments that we make that are outlined in the Centralized Flood Protection Plan on our improved forecasting. One of our improved forecasting tools is what we call advanced observation systems. So these atmospheric river reconnaissance flights that you've likely heard of, and you've likely seen this graphic several times from our state climatologists and others, are one of those tools, and those flights are conducted by the Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes, otherwise known as CW3E. So these flights occur through coordination with NOAA, the U.S. Air Force, and CW3E to fly above the atmospheric rivers during these storms off the Pacific Ocean, and they release dropsondes to essentially collect data and parameters that are used to improve the accuracy of the atmospheric river forecasts. So this is just one of many products that's produced. It's probably the most common that at least I see out there, and it displays the atmospheric rivers that were forecasted to hit California over the 2-week period, starting here on January 2nd, and moving through the 2-week forecast window. So you probably heard that there were 9 atmospheric rivers that hit California. This one displays, at least shown in the red boxes, 4 of them. It's the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th storms that we saw. The 8th one is out there off to the left a little bit further. Let's see, what else did I want to say about this graphic? Correct. All these were forecasted. So I'll walk through the graphic and then I'll just kind of give you the key takeaway for me. Along the x-axis, you'll see a 0 on the right, the lower right-hand corner. That's current time when the forecast is produced. So anything that you see there is what's currently hitting the west coast of California. As you move to the left along the x-axis, you'll see numbers 1 through 16. That's the forecast, day-by-day forecast window looking out. The colors that you see in the legend there at the bottom indicate the confidence level or the likelihood that this atmospheric river is going to happen at the level that they project. It's not an intensity. The intensity is the IVT over, greater than 250, which I won't even begin to try to explain because I don't understand it myself. But it's the amount of moisture that is can result in precipitation essentially. And so the confidence that that threshold has been exceeded is what you see in the different colors. So the darker red or the purple means that they're very, very confident that this is going to happen, and then the time indicates when. So for me, the big take home was there were high confidence levels all the way to 10, 11 days out. If you look at the graphic, you'll see that even to the left there on day 10 and 11, there are some reds and some, dark oranges there. So getting into 70, 80, 90% confidence levels that was going to happen. So we knew ahead of time that this was going to be a big event. We knew we were going to get hit with storm after storm after storm. The exact timing and the exact magnitude of those storms, gets more accurate as they get closer. But we had time to prepare. So that was the good thing. The investments are proving themselves over and over again in the improved forecasting and the data collection. And so that's essentially, but if you wanted to wrap this up, this graphic displays the likelihood and the timing of these atmospheric rivers hitting California. I probably spent more time on that slide, but I think it's important. I knew that question was going to be asked, and I do have an answer. I just tried to see if I can remember it. So the question was, what was on the right side of the chart?
Western United States.
Yes, Western United States. There's your answer. So there's a series of bar charts that are indicated in red, black, and gray. And
Hard to
So-
distinguish that coloration at this
it
level,
is
but
difficult.
I'm sure Dr. Swain knows what it means.
So this has to do with the number of hours and the probability that a certain number of hours of rainfall will be exceeded.
Oh.
So, and the confidence of that. So the red is a high confidence that you'll have, somewhere between 0 and, I don't know, what does that say? Maybe 0 and 20 hours of rainfall.
Latitude is telling you where the centering of the.
Right, and the duration of that storm and how long we expect that rain to hit.
Nice.
So these forecasts do change daily, but again, there were pretty high confidence intervals, so we had fair warning, and this tool and this investment was hugely worthwhile.
I'm going to interrupt you again, just to emphasize that this has been a development of a very helpful tool. So at least for the time that I've been here, I don't have to listen to people saying, when's it going to rain? I direct them to this, or, hey, you promised it was going to rain and it didn't. And just to have the advanced notice so that there can be preparation is crucial to saving lives.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, President Dolan. And these tools are available on the CW3E website, so I encourage you all to explore that when you have some spare time. Next slide, please. So this is the Parade of Storms slide for January 2023 that we were able to get some support from CW3E to produce this kind of at a last minute request. They had one of these that I'll show in a minute, similar in previous years. So this really displays the 9 atmospheric rivers that happened over the 3-week period. In the bullets on the slide over to the right, you'll see that one of them, the black one, was the exceptional in terms of the scale. So it was the most intense atmospheric river we saw. There were 4 strong indicated in the red, and then the orange, a little hard to distinguish between the two. There were 4 moderate atmospheric rivers. So as you can see, they were spaced out spatially as well as temporally with the dates across California from north to south and leading to significant rainfall, of course, and high water statewide. We did have time to absorb as these storms tended to bounce a little bit around north to south in the state. There was some time in between, not in all cases, but for some of the systems to absorb some of that rainfall and let some of that water flow through before the next big storm hit. So there was only a little bit of breathing room here and there, but it did help. There were also substantially high winds, as you know, that caused tree falls and power outages and pumping plant operation challenges and things like that. So these storms were no joke, and they really put our system kind of a bit of a wake-up call. If we can go to the next slide. So this just shows the same graphic that was produced in 2017. There were a total of 68 atmospheric rivers that made landfall in the U.S. West Coast. That goes all the way up to Oregon and Washington. So I'd say, looking at this, at least half of those hit California. I think this kind of explains the story of California water being the tale of two extremes. You know, we either have too little water or too much water. So we're coming out of having 3 years of too little water with record dry conditions, and we just had 3 weeks of record wet conditions. So, and now we're bouncing back to trying to figure out over the course of this year if, you know, what the water conditions will be looking like. Go to the next slide. So this is next slide, please. Thank you. So this is the rainfall accumulation across the state due to these atmospheric river storms from December 26th to January 17th. Again, the legend's on the bottom. So as you move into the purple shades, you see above 20 and 30 inches of rainfall, much of which fell in the way of snow in the mountains. Along the left in the upper corner, there's a table there with some key locations to make note of where there were notable rainfall amounts. There were 3 areas of 23-day records. They were Oakland, San Francisco International Airport, and Stockton, California. So those reached records for that 23-day period. Just a fun fact, our public affairs office did some calculations, and they came up with about 30 trillion gallons of water fell across the state during this 3-week period. That equates to about 90 million acre feet. And since Folsom Reservoir is 1 million acre feet capacity, that's 90 Folsom lakes fell in the way of rainfall over California in 3 weeks. So I thought that was an interesting way to look at the amount of water. When I heard 30 trillion gallons, I didn't really know how to think about that really. It's a lot. Next slide, please. And this one shows the total snowfall accumulation, again, over the same period. Mammoth Mountain received 240 inches and Donner Pass over 181 inches. So those were 2 key locations to note. There was a nice distribution across the Cascades, the northern, central, and southern Sierra Mountains. So our snowpack is looking really good right now. We'll go to the next slide. This is just another indication of, on January 7th, what our the California Nevada River Forecast Center river forecast locations looked like. The green shows normal conditions, the orange shows above monitor stage, and the red shows above flood stage. I think there was over 30, about 30 above monitor stage and 15 or so above flood stage at this point in time. So we had quite a bit of activity going on across the state, and you can see it spreads from north to south in terms of those flood stages being reached. And we use this tool day in, day out, hour in, hour out, as well as did another number of other flood managers, you know, looking at their river forecasts. Next slide. So this is a table that I won't go into in detail, but we did receive record flood stages in several locations throughout the state. So these are the ones that we tracked based on our forecast locations. There are a few that I'll just note in terms of, I was just looking at the table at the comparative stages from historical record peak stage to the new record peak stage. You know, Bear Creek at McKee Road exceeded the peak stage by several feet. And then down in the last three listed, Mormon Slough, Salinas River, and Santa Clara River were all, you know, these were all floods record, but those were ones that I noted that the stages were quite a few feet higher than the historic record.
So this one's 7,300. I wonder if there's a datum change there or something.
There's definitely some discrepancies in the peak discharge, which is why we look at stage. Stage is the key indicator for you know, improving our rating tables at those forecast locations. There could have been, I guess theoretically, there could have been datum changes. There could have been sedimentation built up in the channels.
That's possible.
Different, you know, different things happen geomorphologically. Where the flows, yeah, it doesn't add up on some of these locations when you see a lower stage, but a lower flow, but a higher stage. But those are things that, you know, we can look into over time and improve those forecasts.
You're interrupting.
Different places that has evolved, you know, like you said, sedimentation or other things that have been done by us as humans, like that maybe interfered, or I don't know.
That's a great question. And these are locations that we consider kind of some of our statewide locations. So not Central Valley, not state plan of flood control specific. We don't have all the knowledge on all these locations. I will say that there was just a tremendous amount of intense rainfall occurring day after day over you know, a short period of time. And so everything was saturated. Some of these systems are flashy, so you have lots of water coming in really fast and there's nowhere for it to go but up or out. So if the levees or the channels hold, then the stage rises to these levels. But it's a great question to look at, you know, is there a common? I'm sure that each one is site specific and has its unique characteristics that cause these peaks to happen.
I think these comments are follow-up analysis of this, because while it's happening and you're measuring this, it's pretty hard to find any space. Why is this going on? So thank you for that. But I'm going to ask you, Mr. Eric, if you see a board member that wants to talk, just call on them, because this setup doesn't allow me to actually see them very well.
It is a different setup. I haven't been up on this one yet.
I do
Appreciate
think
that.
that we need to make a check here to see if the change to NAV 88 is creating some of these stage differences or not, because you just can't take the stage reading if you change the datum. So somebody should check that.
We will, and with our partnership with the National Weather Service and the California Nevada River Forecast Center, we'll, you know, this is something they'll look at ongoing as normal course of business after flows like this. That's a great comment. Next slide, please. Okay, so FOC, Flood Operations Center activation and deployment. You can go to the next slide. The Flood Operations Center was activated on January 3rd and was activated all the way through January 20th. We had a total of 153 personnel activated just in the Flood Operations Center. That included DWR staff and board staff. We had 2 shifts running. There was a day or so that we had 24-hour shifts, but for the most part, we were 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Did you have a question, Board Member Dolan?
That's a long day.
That was
No question. I was just nodding. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we had
Yeah,
2
it's a long
shifts,
day.
but it's still long days because as robust as our rosters are, we still have too few people to cover that and allow for adequate rest times in between. So we're always looking to bolster up those rosters. In addition to the Flood Operations Center, you can see here that we had the Department's Operations Center, the State Water Project Emergency Operations Center, the Division of Safety of Dams Emergency Operations Center, so they're called EOCs, activated. So we had a total of 251 staff across the department. And I did want to note that we also had several staff from our floodplain management branch, Mike Mirzwa, Amy Bindra, MD Hogg. I know there's several people that I'm not listing, but Mike's team was instrumental in providing intel and advanced planning support for the State Operations Center. So they were looking at things that, some of the things we were looking at, and also other things that the Flood Operations Center was not tracking. So I wanted to give them a quick shout out there. Can you go to the next slide? Just a summary of statewide incidents. There were a total of 53 incidents that were reported to the FOC, the Flood Operations Center. That does not indicate all incidents across the state. That's just what was reported to us. 38 of those incidents were visited by our Flood Operations Center flood fight specialists. And in this case, local agencies can request technical assistance from the Flood Operations Center. And in most cases, that technical assistance comes in the way of sending out flood fight specialists to offer their expertise in flood fight methods and offering up options and suggestions and recommendations to the local maintaining agencies to, to use to mitigate the flood threats that are out there. And on the right, I just listed the counties that are representative of the incidents that were reported to the Flood Operations Center. And just want to note that not all incidents are reported to the Flood Operations Center. Many are, but not all of them. And there are some incidents are reported just for our information, but they're not asking us for assistance. We appreciate that. We want the LMAs to tell us if they're having an issue, even if they're not asking for assistance, because it gets it on our radar. It puts us on alert that, hey, there might be something going on here. Kind of just, be ready in case they exhaust their local resources. They go to their county, they exhaust their their county resources, they come to the state. So we appreciate knowing about these things. And so those of you out there that did notify us, we appreciate it. And for those of you that took care of things on your own, excellent job. All good. We're happy with how things went there.
Jeremy,
Yes.
can I ask a question about that real quick? I'm glad you brought this up. So I'm looking at all the counties on that list and thinking about the counties where I know there were other things happening that were problematic. I'm sure to ask this question. What's the trigger for the counties to reach out? There probably is a trigger if they need help and they need something and they're not getting it. But otherwise, are there other things that you guys want them to tell you or that you want to tell them? Because I'm wondering if there's communication happening and we just don't know about it, or maybe in some cases, like you said here, it is happening. So I don't know if they're calling you guys or you guys are contacting them. Could you just dive a little deeper?
That's a great question, Board Member Ramirez. The reach out that we do is typically through high water notification calls. So we have our list of areas where we will notify local agencies across the state that there's high water, expected in the forecast, and they should be monitoring and, think about, lighting up their patrolling and whatnot.
And who do you call when you make that call? Like in the county, like if it's a county, you call the county
We have a list, a directory of flood officials where we have the points of contact for those high water notification
already.
calls. Yep.
So it could be Public Works, it could be OES, it could be, but
It could
they've
be
decided who it is.
It could be an LMA representative.
Got it.
So yeah, great question. And those calls are made, we made those calls throughout this entire event multiple times. So they're not just done at the beginning of the event, they're done every time the forecast, if it recedes and then this forecast come back up, we make those calls. The communication back, so we don't reach out and ask people how their levies are doing, typically. If we notice something because we're out there, then that would be different. We would likely, if we're out on an LMA's levy for whatever reason, if it's an inspection or something like that, we would obviously contact them if we saw something, and we'd also contact our own Flood Operations Center and report something through there. But the proper process is for any local agency that has an incident is to call the Flood Operations Center. If they're not sure what to do, they just want technical assistance, we're always happy to send a flood fight specialist out there and take a look at the situation. The technical assistance is easy. We appreciate it. We get our eyes on the incident, and it's a good collaborative effort. So usually it is the local maintaining agencies contacting the Flood Operations Center if they just want to tell us about something as an FYI, or if they have a need for assistance. In terms of the threshold for requesting what we call direct assistance, so if it's flood fight materials like sandbags, plastic, muscle wall, things like that, or bigger measures such as our Division of Engineering letting out a construction contract to place rock in an area. There is a process for that. They have to fill out forms. They have to show that they've exceeded their local capacity to fight that, that threat. And then they would elevate it to us, and through our SIM structure with our Flood Operations Center, we make the decision, the director of the Flood Operations Center during that shift makes the decision whether or not to grant that request.
That's great. Thank you for that insight. It's really helpful.
That's a great question.
I have something else to ask about, but I'm going to hold that till next time. Keep going.
Okay.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Through the chair. On those 38 incidents where it was visited by FOC folks, specialists, what was the bulk of that? What were the incidents that was the bulk? Was it just water coming up and rising up on the levees, or?
It's everything under the sun. So it was a great question. There were landside slips.
Okay.
There was waterside sinkholes, waterside erosion. There was overtopping. There were breaks. There were breaches.
Wow.
I learned through this process the definition between a break and a breach. They're not the same. So breaches are where you might have seepage or boiling, but levee is getting through to the other side somehow, or water is getting through the levee to the other side, whereas a break is clearly a levee break. So we saw almost everything that you could imagine seeing. So our flood fight specialists were out there providing advice on how to install muscle wall to raise the height of a levee and other measures.
So you would say that most of these incidents qualify for the PL 8499?
That's not for me to determine, but my understanding of the process is if the Corps opens up that process through the board's request, that if it was damage that was sustained due to the high water, and then they go through their calculations and whatever else the Corps has to do there, that they would be eligible for PL 8499. So
Thank you.
I would think a good portion of them should be, in my opinion.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we'll go to the next slide. So direct assistance, I mentioned that a minute ago, is when we provide actual materials or contracts or personnel to actually help assist and not just offer the moral support, the technical advice. So this is just a list. I won't run through all of it, but a significant amount of sandbags cleared out, a lot of our supplies there, and plastic sheeting. Muscle wall, there was quite a bit of muscle wall deployed in various areas. We did have 2 DOE construction contracts that were let out for location on the San Joaquin River, and then I believe the other one was RD 1600, which I'll talk about. 9 CCC crews were deployed by the FOC. There were other CCC crews out there deployed by local entities. And then we had an incident command team deployed to Merced during some of the activity down there. Next slide. So this is my board staff appreciation slide. But I first want to thank you, President Dolan, for helping coordinate the response to the Big Chico Creek incident where a tree fell into the channel. It was one of the first incidents in the emergency. So, it was kind of, exciting to get back in the mix of things, and President Dolan, being in the area, was able to provide some great connections between the Butte County Sheriff, Butte County Public Works, and DWR to kind of coordinate good communications, sending photos in, making sure we're aware, making sure that if we need folks to talk to landowners and whatnot, she was more than willing to do so.
Yes, I was the photo transmitter. President Dillon used to have a local office where people in that neighborhood would call me. So they forgot who the present person was. So, yeah, I was there ordering everyone around. There's a high school student that posted something on her Facebook, which I made her take down, that no one was doing anything until Jane showed up. And I said, don't you dare say that.
Well, the first to see it out there, it's extremely helpful to start that communication.
That was a very large tree that fell in the creek, which is the first protector of a system in Chico that does it all. When they got the tree out, it was a 6-foot diameter.
It was very, very big tree. And then I believe there was in the subsequent days, there were other trees that were following debris that was collecting. So
Oh, yeah, we did not have the tree fall like you folks had in Sacramento. So it's just that. It was an interesting few days.
we had one fall on one of our rental house. So a lot of work there to clean that up. But the most successful flood fights, I'd say, involve a lot of good, clear communication and coordination. and collaboration, and President Dolan, your efforts there helped with that in that situation, so we appreciate it. I didn't put your name up there. Well, yes, you're not board staff. Let me see if I can weasel my way out of this one. But we do want to thank all the board staff that were activated. The names are listed. I'm not going to go through the names, but.
We are, so you can go.
Yeah, I know, you guys are going to move
We're
on,
gonna do
but
it.
just, you know,
Yes, us guys are.
my appreciation of your support and the executive officer's support and the chief engineer's support for allowing the board staff and encouraging them to be on the Flood Operations Center rosters, the staff's or willingness to be on those rosters, because it's kind of scary for some people, but it's not such a scary thing. It's actually pretty exciting to work in a flood event, and it's very rewarding. Tiring, but rewarding. And
Yes.
so we appreciate the willingness and the volunteerism there, and thank you for your support.
That's mutual. We appreciate each other. We're a good team. We can call on each other. The adrenaline kicks in, and the expertise and professionalism we all have worked together very well. So
That's right. It comes together, one big team in an event like this, and it worked seamlessly. So thank you very much to the board staff. Next slide. Okay, I promise I will not bore you with details of the next slide. It's very complicated looking.
I will pay attention. Board Member Bosler.
Oh, sorry.
Just watching the event that happened in southern Sacramento County and the area of Wilton, where the levee on the private land broke and, inundated several roads. I'm just wondering, so that was a private levee. It's in our state plan of flood control area? No, it's not? Okay.
Well, the planning area,
Messy.
I'd have to look at the map to see if it's in what we call the system-wide
Yeah.
planning area, but it's not part of the state plan of flood control.
Yes, no, clearly it was a private levy. I get that, but it's still in the general region, right? So it's a little bit confusing, I think. And especially given the huge impacts that had. I mean, people died. I'm just wondering, I really like to understand better, like how, how that communication is going back and forth, and like what role the state has versus locals and something like that.
During the emergency
Yeah,
role
yeah.
we have. So as with any other location throughout the state, whether it's state plan of flood control or not, when we have broad authority statewide for flood emergency response. So we have our flood operations center. When we activate, even when we don't activate, we can be called at any time and say, hey, we have an incident here. So our role is to provide support, technical and direct assistance, and coordination with
With the locals.
any local flood managers that that need our help. We don't do, permanent repairs or permanent fixes or anything
Right,
like that,
right.
but
But you'll go in there to shore something up and help
yeah,
support.
and there's a threshold for state interest, if it's in the state interest to provide a robust amount of direct assistance, we go through those kinds of conversations.
And there'll be more. Any incident, whatever it's like, there's always an analysis of what, why, when. So it's hard to do that when you're right in the middle of it, but it's pretty clear that there's a response when it's needed.
Okay, next slide. So again, not going to walk through the details here, but to convey a concept to you all.
But you will provide it to us so we can do our
Oh,
homework.
absolutely. There's a whole reference guide that explains all this in detail if you want to learn more about it. But this graphic depicts what we call the flood threat mitigation process that's employed by the Flood Operations Center during flood events. As we all know, with the standardized emergency management system, all flood emergencies begin at the local level. So we provide this as a reference guide to the local flood managers across the state, Central Valley LMAs and others. And the purpose of this flood threat mitigation process is to really clarify the roles and responsibilities of the Flood Operations Center, of the local maintaining agencies, the counties, local jurisdictions, in terms of the process for addressing flood threats as quickly as possible. So it kind of gets to Board Member Bosler's question about how we communicate with, an entity such as the Casimas River, RD 800, and how that process works is outlined in this flood threat mitigation process. So there's an initial, step one is kind of an initial threat assessment and a threat identification and an initial threat assessment. Step two could be an emergency response. There's an imminent threat process. So if something's an imminent threat, it goes to another level of potential support needed. And then things could be deemed as non-emergency response, which is shown in step 4, and then they're just monitored. So there's protocols for all this. This was developed and led by our former Flood Operations Center manager, Todd Bernardi, when he was in that group before he came over to start working for me in planning and project implementation. But it was done in collaboration with all the local maintaining agencies. So this is really their process mixed in with our Flood Operations Center process and requirements. So the takeaway here is we have an established process that works. We appreciate all the LMAs that understand the process and follow the process. It helps us help them more effectively in the emergencies. And a shout out to the Flood Operations Center phone number. It's 916-574-2619. Don't call me, call that number. But it's all good. We appreciate the communication. But if I get called on something, I always funnel that request to the Flood Operations Center so it can be documented, tracked, and the appropriate resources can be put toward whatever is needed there.
Would you say that number again, just a little slower? You're like the teenagers who leave me their cell phone to call.
574 I'm sorry, 916-574-2619.
Thank you.
There's probably an 800 number too that I don't know about. Let's see. So we can go to the next slide. So for statewide storm impacts, next slide, please. This is a photo of Bear Creek in Merced County. This shows the flooding of an electrical substation, some surrounding industrial buildings. There was a trailer park and some other street flooding up to 4 to 6 feet deep in this area. This was due to a overtopping of Bear Creek. And then there were several other incidents in this general area of Merced, in Merced County, that included severe erosion sites in a residential area near downtown Merced. There was overtopping of Miles Creek that flooded the community of Planada, you may have heard about. A levee break along Black Rascal Creek in a rural area northwest of Merced. And then there's also another adjacent, erosion site that's being monitored along the San Joaquin River, but it's within the county. So really what I want to say here is, and then the picture on the right there in the middle, that's Todd Bernardi, our flood projects branch manager. He had the fortunate opportunity to go out there and meet with some of Wade Wiley's team, some of our flood fight specialists, some of the incident command team, some folks from our flood maintenance and operations branch were out there to give Governor Newsom a tour of the area. So they were able to go through and show some of the sites, show some of the impacts, and explain the process that I just kind of explained with the flood threat mitigation process, as well as, I know Todd did this with Governor Newsom, and I'll do it here. A huge shout out and a kudos to Merced for doing what they're supposed to do at the local level. They're a great example of how a local agency utilizes its staff, utilizes its resources, its expertise to manage the incident as best as it can at the local level. They did call on us for flood fight specialists. They did call on us for flood fight materials, but they had it handled. We had incident command team, a smaller scaled incident command team out there to provide that technical assistance and be ready if we needed to provide more support, but they had it handled very well. And they use that flood threat mitigation process. So that's why I said it does work. We're happy to, train anybody on it, share it, hold workshops, whatever helps. We do talk about it during the flood preseason meetings that we mention each year to the board. Next slide, please. So the next one, this is the Casimas River in Sacramento County. Again, there was lots of news coverage. This was the first incident on New Year's Eve. a very flashy system that was overwhelmed with just an intense amount of rainfall in a short period of time, leading to the overtopping and the breaks and the breaches that we talked about earlier, and the unfortunate loss of lives with some of the roadway flooding. And so here we're just showing some of the emergency repair work done on the left with the CCC crews, and then the flooding impacts on the right. Next slide. So this is the Salinas River in Monterey County. This is a large system. There are slow travel times from the upstream forecast point, which is Salinas River at Paso Robles, and then there's a downstream forecast point closer to the photo here, Salinas River at Spreckles. So we were looking at this every day, looking at the forecasts. This photo shows some flooding of the Salinas River near the Monterey Peninsula. There was an industrial wastewater treatment plant and some ag land that was flooded, but otherwise, no urban type impacts here, fortunately. Next slide. So here we have the Pajaro River within Monterey and Santa Cruz counties. This shows some of the mussel wall in action. So mussel wall are plastic barricades, almost like K-rails, that are then covered with plastic and sandbags to kind of seal them up. And this protects against overtopping and keeps levees from overtopping, which then what typically happens if you have a levee overtopping is you have the landside slope eroding away, and ultimately levee failures often occur when you do have that overtopping. So, and you can see that water is pretty high up against the mussel wall, so it did do what it's supposed to do in this case. Next slide. So talk a little bit about the state plan of flood control performance. Go to the next slide. I know you all know this, but in case you don't, for those of you that may be newer, the system makeup, we have a series of levees, channels, weirs, bypasses, structures, and reservoirs that make up our flood protection system in the Sacramento Valley. I would say that the state plan of flood control system was exercised, but not truly put to the test in this event. So it was a good warm up, for maybe a later round. It did perform as we expected it to. It performed as designed. The water went where it was supposed to go. All the weirs except for the Sacramento weir flowed. So we have from north to south, we have the Molten weir, Calusa weir, Tisdale weir, Fremont. There is a weir in the Cache Creek settling basin weir that we don't usually talk about, but that is the 6th weir. If you were curious why we say there's 6 weirs and there's usually only 5 that are talked about. Just Tisdale weir is typically the first to flow and the last to stop. So it's kind of as Mike Mearswell put it to me, the eager beaver. And Molten weir is a little bit more stubborn. Molten weir, flows less often and not as much, and stops flowing before some of the other ones.
It was not aware, but doesn't the Butte Basin go first?
Butte Basin does go, I wouldn't say necessarily first. It depends on the stages at Ord Ferry. And there are the 3 overflow structures up there.
Right.
But yes, those are also significant. They didn't meet the criteria for weirs, so they're not called weirs.
Overflow. Yes. Well, Ord Ferry Road closed pretty fast because it has dips.
Thanks for pointing those out.
No, that's fine. I think that the efforts and the work done, Sutter Butte Flood Control Association, Three Rivers Levee Improvement, and the local maintaining agencies in coordination, all of the effort paid off.
Absolutely. Let's see. So there was also ample storage in Shasta and Folsom that helped us. They did not need to make flood control releases. But with that said, there was sustained intense rainfall that I've mentioned several times that did saturate the levees. So we saw typical things that we would see. We saw slips, slumps, sinkholes, some erosion, seepage. Maybe I don't know if there were boils reported or not to the Flood Operations Center. I can't recall. But you name it, we can expect to see it with this amount of rain, even though the stages were sort of kept at bay because there weren't significant flood control releases. We'll go to the next slide. So this just list the flood control releases that did happen. Again, no major reservoirs like Shasta or Oroville releasing water for flood control, but there were several other reservoirs across the state that did make flood control releases. Some still are now, but I just wanted to list them here just to show that, you know, that there were areas of concern related to downstream impacts of flood control releases, and this is something we'll be looking at throughout the spring. Next slide. So Folsom Dam spillway operation. So the new flood control manual for Folsom Dam is in place, and it did facilitate early releases of Folsom Dam in response to the recent storms. In anticipation of the high forecasted inflows to Folsom, the Bureau decided to release the water early to get that water below the top of conservation, knowing that it was going to fill back up. And while this did increase water levels along the American River downstream, it was not as, those stages were not as high as they would have been if we were under the previous water control manual operations. So our ability to be flexible and use what we call forecast-based operations was extremely valuable here. This also I'll get into on the next slide, but this also was an indicator and sort of the go or no go for the SAC weir operations, the way Folsom operated and the way the inflows came into the reservoir. So we can go to the next slide. So this is the Sacramento River at I Street forecast location. It's the same location shown on the left and the right. It's just two different time steps. The one on the left, I think, is January 7th. The one on the right is Tuesday, January 10th, so 4 days later. So as you can see on the left, the green line, the line that goes up higher, was the forecast based on the forecasted inflows into Folsom and based on the releases that Folsom was making. This is called a hindcast. So what happens is we go back afterwards and say, what was the reality of what happened? Well, the blue line shows the reality of what happened on both graphs. And that's looking after the fact. So each day, several times a day, the forecasts get updated in some locations. And in this case, we thought Folsom was going to get these significant inflows that ultimately didn't come to fruition. But had they, you can see on the green line as it goes up and you reach the stage of 30, the trigger for the Sacramento weir operation is 29.87 and forecasted to continue rising. So you can see along that green line between 30 and 32 roughly. I don't have my glasses on, so hopefully I got those numbers right. It was forecasted to continue rising. So we were set and ready to open the Sacramento weir, but then the inflows into Folsom were not realized to the extent that they were expected. And we were able to, the Bureau was able to back off on those releases, and therefore what kind of was closer to reality was what was on the graphic on the right. So it was a good thing. As exciting as the SAC weir operation is, it's a lot of time and energy and money to operate that. A lot of, you know, safety protocols have to be put in place and roads closed and everything else. So we were ready, but didn't have to exercise that option. So let's see, next slide. Forecast informed reservoir operations is another part of the operation of the system, still kind of in that state plan of flood control section of the presentation. But in addition to Folsom that made the early releases, there are three other FIRO projects. We call it FIRO, Forecast Informed Reservoir Operations. Two of them are listed here, Lake Mendocino and Yuba Feather. The other one is Prado Dam. I'll just mention briefly that Lake Mendocino is operating under a water control manual major deviation that was approved by the Army Corps of Engineers. So they were encroached in their flood pool, but they were able to hold off on flood releases because of what the forecast was telling them that they were safe to do that, allowing some of the other system downstream to work its way through because stages were very high downstream. And so they were able to prevent those stages from getting higher by holding back these releases and then releasing them when it made sense to do so. So they were able to operate under this FIRO regime, if you will, successfully. And as for Yuba Feather, neither Oroville nor New Bullards Bar were encroached in the flood pool, so they didn't need to make flood releases, but there's also a Furrow project there that's being finalized. So next slide, back to some of the state plan of flood control levee systems. DWR, as you know, maintains over 300 miles of levees and many, many miles of channels and several structures in the system. This map just depicts with the red dots. I think there's about 28 dots in there. All the incidents that our Sacramento yard and our Sutter maintenance yards responded to during the high water. Just want to say the yards did an outstanding job. They worked 24/7 working overnight for a couple of the flood fights to put those flood threat mitigation measures in place. They're extremely dedicated. This is what they live for. They had the 2 shifts rotating through day in, day out with very little rest. And then the support team that the Flood Maintenance and Operations Branch provides with the engineers and the environmental scientists to support the yards in their activities was just tremendous effort and great job there by the team. So next slide to show Sacramento Maintenance Yard. This is just one example of many. There was a slip on the Yola Bypass Unit 4 at Highway 80. So this is over near the Vic Fazio Wildlife Area. You can see the sign there in the picture on the right. So the levee was saturated. This is the land side of the levee, and it slipped. And so they installed what we call a raincoat to prevent further saturation of that levee and further damage. I thought it was a beautiful job, so I liked this picture of very square, straight, almost flat raincoat. So they worked hard to put that down. And then we'll continue to monitoring sites like these as the winter goes on. And then, of course, looking at the longer term repairs that are needed, after the wet season. This just hopefully will get us through. Okay, next slide. And then just some totals for Sacramento Maintenance Yard. There were 18 incidents. This lists the flood fight materials expended or deployed, and then some equipment with hours of operation on the backhoe and whatnot. So quite a bit of work there. Next slide. And showing one of the sites that Sutter Yard dealt with overnight, which is the picture on the left. I can't remember if it was this incident or another one, but our superintendent at Sutter Yard, Joel Farias, sent me a text one night, late at night. It was a video, and it was raining, but the rain was going sideways, and they were out there. They were on their dinner break, standing by the trucks, having a snack, and the wind and rain was just going wild, and they were in the middle of putting this plastic down. So it's no joke when you're out there in inclement weather trying to fight these flood threats. Next slide just shows the totals of 10 incidents in Sutter Yard. Next slide, please. Thank you. With all the materials that were used there. Moving on to the next slide, San Joaquin River, RD 2064. Just another example. This was an erosion site. This may have been, I know we had one or more erosion sites that were part of our flood system repair project. So Dave Wielden's team set to repair these sites in the next season or so. But they were under distress, so we went out there with some flood fight specialists, made some recommendations. Ultimately, they requested direct assistance, so Division of Engineering let out a construction contract to get out there and place some rock to prevent further damage. Next slide. This is just an example, another example, RD 108, another good example of great response at the local level. I know Megan Nagy was in the audience earlier, probably still is, and I want to thank her for her. She did exercise that early coordination and communication with the Flood Operations Center, let us know about it, requested a flood fight specialist to come out there, and then the district handled the repair. I don't have a picture of the actual repair work. I understand you guys had a discussion about this at the coordinating committee, so maybe you saw pictures already of some of the work that they did. But this is just another example of what was happening out there in the system. I think this was the land side levee slip. And the next slide. So this is the Sacramento River at RD 1600. This was another land side levee slip. This started off maybe about a foot or less of a slip, and crews, the local agency put plastic out there in sandbags, and the wind just ripped it to shreds. And we saw that also happen along Deer Creek near the Cosumnes River. CCC crews out there put plastic down, and several of those, they weren't completely ripped to shreds, but you could see where the wind just ripped the plastic down the middle. It's not that it got underneath the seam. It literally ripped plastic, and you have sandbags holding this plastic down. So the wind was very intense. So in this case, it tore up the flood fight that was placed down. From there, not sure if that's the reason or not, but the levee continued to slip, and it was noted a couple different times. To this is, I think, about a 6 or 8 foot slip here we're looking at. And so the district requested another flood fight specialist for technical support, followed by direct support. And so DOE is out there now, or maybe they've completed it by now, I'm not sure. They're out there placing rock to protect this area along the Sacramento River. Okay, getting closer, I promise. Current water conditions. So we can go to the next slide. This is the reservoir graphic. On the left, it's the graphic snapshot in time before the storms, I think around December 25th. And on the right is as of, I think, yesterday or so, or a day or two ago. And just looking at the blue bars filling up the reservoirs here, you can see quite a bit of storage gained throughout the system. So we put a significant dent in our statewide reservoir storage up to this point. There was a total of 7.2 million acre feet of storage gained across the 154 reservoirs statewide that we track to calculate statewide storage. This does not show all 154, obviously, but these are some of the significant reservoirs. And if you go to the next slide, what's that? Pardon me? Oh, 7.2 million acre feet of statewide storage gain over the 3-week period.
All right, thank you for saying that again.
Sure.
We all know that having reservoir capacity certainly helped
Yes.
to dampen what could have been very damaging.
Definitely.
And we're happy to see that.
We are too. So this is a table of projected end of January storage, shown at the top there in the blue numbers. And then it shows a comparison of statewide reservoir storage in January dating back to 2015. And at the bottom, we show 1977 there as a comparative extremely dry year. The average storage gain in January is 1.7 million acre feet. And again, we saw 7.2 million acre feet in gain. So well beyond what we normally would see for this month. So what this resulted in terms of into January storage statewide is about 98% of average and about 58% of total capacity. So we still need more snow, but we're hopeful that we'll get some. The next graphic, we've seen this one before too, is the California snow water content. So top, middle, bottom shows north, central, and south snowpacks that we monitor and measure. All of them are above average for the year at this point in time. So the April 1st average, we've exceeded it across the state, and in some cases by we're about 150% of average down in the south. So looking really good. Again, we want to sustain this and not have any crazy warm storms melt it all off too fast. But
And you'll put in a request that we don't have 80-degree weather across the Sierra.
I'll be talking to Dr. Anderson as
Thank
soon as
you.
this briefing is open.
Yeah, we want the snow melt to be very slow.
Next slide. So last section, I think, remainder of the season. Thank you. So this is a 3-month precipitation outlook, a graphic from the Climate Prediction Center. I know it doesn't say a whole lot. There are equal chances of above or below normal precipitation. So we're kind of right in the middle. And speaking out of my league here, but as La Nina moves toward the neutral conditions, there's more uncertainty in what may transpire for California. They're expecting interplay between high pressure systems and a strong jet stream. So that could bring more storms to California, especially Northern California. And hopefully we won't see the total shut off in the weather that we saw last year at this time. You know, we got some rain and some snow and then it just shut off. So there might be a decent chance that we'll see some more storms.
I know this isn't your thing, but Has these series of storms helped the dire situation on the Colorado?
I don't know the answer to that question, but my understanding is that they're still
Feel bad.
Yeah. Yes. Next slide. So high water staking. DWR has deployed teams to perform high water staking at several locations. They're listed here, reaches of interest to some of our modeling team that looked at where did we see significant flows and where does it make sense to go out and prioritize high water staking. We'll also be teaming up with USGS and FEMA to conduct high water staking on other reaches. If there are any reaches out there that anyone knows of that should make the priority list, let us know. We do have a high water staking program and guidebooks, and I think it was mentioned at the coordinating committee that there was a committee 10 years back or so, and I was part of that when I was in the inspection group. Unfortunately, I think these high water events happen so seldom that we tend to kind of put that aside and aren't really focused on it until we say, hey, look, this is a great opportunity to collect high water data. So what I'd like to see is kind of reinvigorate that program, that coordination, and really encourage the local maintaining agencies to the extent they have the resources and the time and the ability to go out and do high water staking when it's ripe to do so. And then, so this is what we did when I was managing the program. We offered stakes, lath, ties, the twine, everything else that they needed for doing high water staking. And there was locations they could pick the materials up. A lot of the local maintaining agencies would go out and place the stakes. And then we hired our Division of Engineering surveyors to go out and survey those points the following weeks. So it's just critical to get that high water stake when it's notable and safe to do so, but then we can go out and collect the survey data later.
I know you realize, but back in the day, we developed that guide for high water staking to give to the LMAs because they're the ones out that are most, able to do it in a timely way.
Right. And I know you contributed to that, right? Board Member Countryman, that high water staking guide.
Yeah. So, the data is so important to calibrating our hydraulic models. And without the data, there's a lot more uncertainty about the models. So it's really appreciated, that kind of effort.
Yep, thank you. Okay, next slide. So some upcoming activities for Division of Flood Management. Actually this week, we've completed some of our airborne snow observations through ASO Inc., where they fly across the mountain ranges and collect that snowpack data. Essentially, what's the topography of the snowpack? We've completed the San Joaquin, Kings, and Tulare basins, and then we'll work our way up to the Feather and Yuba basins and then other basins over the coming weeks. So these flights occur several times a year across these basins. We've been fortunate to get some bolstering of our funding, and this is all part of our improved forecasting that I mentioned earlier. This data is used in conjunction with our manual snow surveys that we conduct, as well as the statewide monitoring network of those automated stations. So when you put all of these together, we get a very robust, much more precise picture of the snowpack and allows us to do a better job with forecasting. So a lot of efforts going on in there, but more excitement to come this spring as we see how much snow is there and how it's going to melt off. And Bulletin 120, we'll continue doing that. The first Bulletin 120 is issued, will be issued on February 8th, based on the February 1st cutoff date for that. And then we'll do water supply index forecast monthly also. As far as advanced planning, again, the snowmelt runoff. So following the first Bulletin 120, we will begin coordination meetings with the reservoir operators, and then including our San Joaquin FCO partners. We'll use some of our San Joaquin FCO decision support systems to look through various scenarios of snowmelt, depending on different temperatures and things, and project, what could we see in terms of downstream flooding impacts. and just prepare for the spring because we expect to, have an active spring this year again. I think that's all I wanted to say about that one. I think, and just continue monitoring storms and atmospheric rivers and forecasts and all that good stuff that we do on a regular basis. So some of our partners, as always, flood emergency response efforts here in California are undertaken by a massive partnership of state, federal, local agencies. What's not listed here are all the local maintaining agencies, all the cities and counties that are extremely important and impactful during these events. We want to continue encouraging early and often communications with us, with the Flood Center, when we see things happening out there. So big shout out to all the partners that help make for a successful emergency response. I'd say that, again, we got to test our systems out a little bit, exercise our systems, both the physical systems and our operational systems, lots of training. We threw staff in the mix in the Flood Center that hadn't been through it before, just to get them exposed to it. And it was a good effort across the board. So that's all I had for today.
Part one. You probably saw me going back and forth here. I just wanted to say there are some things in the chat that I wanted to bring to attention. There was a question if there would be a link to your presentation if someone wanted to watch or listen to it before. Ryan Jones has put a link in the chat for today, so that will be live during this meeting, and then it will be posted when we can on our website for people to, if they want to go back to a board meeting, they can. RD 1000 put in a comment. Does he wish? 1600. Oh, 1600. I wrote too quick. RD 1600 said that the repair work has been completed.
Thank you.
So that was there. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
On top of weeks of work and all that, this was something that we really wanted, and you did it. So
My pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
remember that. Board members?
Thank you.
Ramirez?
Thank
Member
you.
Ramirez?
Yeah, thank you, President Dolan. We'll come back.
Nope, can't leave. You're not done.
Just want to echo the thanks. I know it's a lot of work to do all the work that's been done and then to present it concisely. And I agree with what was said. That was concise, I'm sure, given all the things that were happening that you guys were involved in. So it is super useful to get this perspective. There's a little bit of a break, right, in the weather to digest, but I feel like in some ways, I couldn't agree more about the verb you used. We exercised the system and the communication lines and the coordination, and all of that is really important. And I know that you guys see this more than we do, but I feel like some areas are really good at this and some of them need some improvement. And this is a good chance to daylight where those gaps are and to help fill them now. Because the buffer that we had, right, with the reservoirs being low and the snowpack being not much of a snowpack, those buffers are gone, right? So if we got the similar system now, it'd be a different story altogether, I think. And so I'm going to put a bug in your ear about the request I'd make every year. And I don't think you guys have the data yet, but you have the reservoir storage, but you know what I'm going to say, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I have a response for you.
Yeah. Okay, good.
If you like.
Oh, good. Great. You want to guess?
So we are going to produce that product. And we have a better way of doing it now where we don't have to do it so manually like we did before, which I learned about last year or 2 years ago. So after the Bulletin 120 forecasts come out, we'll have the data that we can use to produce what I call the snowflake reservoir storage snowflake graphic. We'll call it something different, but.
Great. Yeah, I figured you said Bulletin 120 is coming out in a couple of weeks and that we'd be part of that. So
yeah,
that's super.
Yeah.
Because it's really telling, I think, and is another way to communicate the situation for people that rounds out the picture in a way that otherwise it's a little bit of a gap.
Right.
And it's probably going to snow between now and then, so we'll just wait for the data.
We'll probably bring it here and maybe present it so that we can explain it, because it can be misleading if you don't understand it, and there needs to be lots of caveats and bullets associated with understanding the graphic, but it is a powerful graphic, and we agree, so we're going to continue doing that. Also, so thanks for the work into the presentation. And Eric Nickel, my assistant division manager, John Erickson, Jeremy Hill, Todd Bernardi, they all helped tremendously put this thing together because I was in Disneyland earlier in the week. Since I had to postpone the trip because it was in the middle of the high water. So it was for my daughter's 5th birthday. So they put this together for me and with support of others too. So I wanted to thank them for doing that.
Yeah, no, it really shows I'm sure, a team effort and a real, the breadth of the things that you guys are involved in. And that's the last thing I wanted to say here is that there's so much more information now that's available, right? And I think a lot of people learned a lot more about what you guys know a lot about already on the forecasting side, which is super helpful, right? But I think it really just, it has a chance to put people on their toes, but it's too late to make a plan, to, find out who your point of contact is, to build something to protect the community, right? Like those things happen years in advance. And I think the work that's been done for the years before this really show in times like this, right? And the gaps were highlighted earlier, the watersheds where they're feeding the state plan flood control facilities, but they're just drainage basins, they're intermittent streams. That's a gap, right? Like we haven't built a system yet to address those kinds of situations. And I think for me, that's what the last 3 weeks really highlighted. A lot of the places we saw problems are those middle ground areas, right? Where we get a lot of rainfall and it just comes downstream. And those areas, those communities, those homeowners, those landowners, they're just not prepared for that. And I feel like the news people want to go around and always get the same quote, right? I've never seen that happen in my lifetime here. It's like, yeah, that's because maybe it hasn't. But we know that those things are going to happen again, right? And I really appreciated Joe's comment about the high water marks, like the hydraulic modeling and those data points. Those are the sideboards, right? It's really important to get those things delineated for people so that they know, and then we know, and then they can hopefully follow up. So I'm really encouraged by what you guys have done. I know there's more work to do now in this break for people to collect that data and then to start to roll up their sleeves and to use it. So let us know how we can help with that. But thank you for the overview, really helpful.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Maybe you can just sit right there and see what happens. Don't go too far. You're precious. Is there anyone in the audience who wanted to say something at this point? I don't see any hands up. We have one hand up online. Gilbert Cosio, Mr. Cosio, did you want to make a comment? Unmute yourself, please.
Yes, thanks, President Dolan, members of the board. I'm Gilbert Cosio with River Delta Consulting. Wanted to comment on the question that a member Bossler asked regarding the Cosumnes River and South Sacramento County. It's true that that area is not part of the state plan of flood control. However, you do have a designated floodway that starts on the Cosumnes around Highway 99. And so in the Delta, we face different scenarios every time water comes down the Cosumnes, whether levees break or not. In 1997, the flood of record, the peak discharge at Benson's Ferry was actually forecast to be 2 feet higher. And because of the levee breaches on the Cosumnes upstream at 99, we didn't experience that. So coming out of this flood, if there are proposals to build new levees or reinforce levees on the Cosumnes, it may impact your designated floodway and certainly put a lot more water in the Delta. So I'm not sure if that's something the board needs to think about, or if you've been involved in some of that planning, even though it's outside of your jurisdiction. But I just wanted to comment that any major improvements of levees upstream of Highway 99 could really impact what happens in the Delta. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cosio. That's now on our record in the minutes. And I will tell you that in all the meetings and consultations that I've had the fortunate experience to receive, that has been raised. I get to sit at home and just get the phone calls. You all do the amazing work. So thank you. Any other hands raised? All right, noting that you took exactly what you predicted. We are going to take a 6-minute break, then we're going to go to the next item. So those who are presenting after that can get settled. Thank you. 6 minutes. Okay, let's get back in our places. I'm certain that was 6 minutes. It didn't seem like people were without having good conversations. Do I have the board? The board is now back in session. Thank you for allowing that break. I appreciate it. We are at item 10, board items. A, and stand up. Michael Wright, Chief Engineer of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, is going to give a report on staff participation and other issues regarding the flood emergency situation. Still morning. Good morning.
Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board, Michael Wright, Chief Engineer for the board, and yes, item 10A, presenting on board staff participation in the flood emergency activation. This time around, we had 10 staff activated. Jeremy had a appreciation slide that he showed earlier, so thanks for that, Jeremy. 10 of our staff is about 22% of our total full-time staff, so it was quite a bit of staff time that we had people activated. I've also requested Shane Shorts with Lower San Joaquin Levee District and Rick Reinhardt with the Central Valley Flood Control Association to provide a couple presentations after I'm done to show some of the things that they were seeing in the field during the flood fights. All right, next slide, please. So the 10 staff activated, 4 were stationed at the JOC. Just gonna run through them and give a brief summary of what they were assigned to do. On the left is Angeles Calisto, a senior engineer for the board. She's our enforcement section manager. She served as the Public Law 8499 officer, January 5th through the 15th. She is highlighted because this was the first time she was activated, and just wanted to point that out. Next is Preston Shotbell, senior engineer. He's our inspection section manager. He served as the deputy operations coordinator from January 9th through the 12th, and again, the 14th and 15th. He has been activated in the past, so I didn't highlight him. Next is Dustin Sinoski, senior engineer. He's in our flood system improvement branch. Dustin served as the incident status / resource coordinator from January 9th through the 15th. He also has previous experience, as does Wendy Wang, a senior engineer in our flood planning and programs branch. Wendy serves as the Flood Operations Center Director's Assistant on January 6th. Next slide, please. These were the staff that were activated as flood fight specialists, and Jeremy touched on some of the work that the flood fight specialists are assigned to do, so I won't get too deep into that, but mainly it's technical assistance. When there's an issue, they get deployed to an area where they can provide professional assistance on the solution to the issue. So starting on the top row, these are staff from our inspection section. Priscilla De Lamar, she's an engineer, and this was her first deployment. Zachary Ramsey, an engineer. He's highlighted in blue because he's been deployed during a post-fire recover effort, but this was his first time being deployed in a flood fight effort. Same with Jillian Vinci Woodward, engineer in the inspection section. She has been deployed before post-fire recovery, but this was her first flood fight effort. On the bottom row from our enforcement section, all engineers, all first time activation, Zubair Dosu, Eric Mao, and David Ismailan. Next slide, please. I wanted to show a few pictures of the sites that they went to. I think Jeremy showed a picture of this muscle wall already. It's upstream of Pajaro on the Pajaro River, near Pajaro and Watsonville. Next slide, please. This is Bear Creek in Merced County, downstream of Merced. The picture on the left, you can see the levee and the levee's sloughing. At the top part of the picture, there's a break, not a breach, as I have labeled on the small map there. I learned that this morning. On the right side of the slide, you can see the actual break up closer. Next slide, please. And this is emergency work on the Cosumnes River. This is Raincoat. Jeremy mentioned these before, upstream of Wilton on the Cosumnes River. And that's all the pictures I had to show of where staff went. I just wanted to give a representation of the sites that they went to see. Can you go back a slide, please? I grabbed that clip out of our permit viewer. Those are permits. Not intending to be part of this presentation.
More location
Right.
sense. Good.
Next slide, please. That's all I have. I want to extend appreciation to the staff who were deployed and activated, long hours, a couple overnight trips on top of their normal job duties, and they kept up with everything. So thank you to staff for making that effort. If there's any questions for me, I'll be happy to take those. If not, I'd like to invite Shane Shorts with Lower San Joaquin Levy District.
You will allow me to express appreciation as well. We know this is something that everyone accepts. We know that this kind of work is necessary when you're called upon to do it. And you'll do it. If you're like my nephew, it'll be like, oh, okay, I'll help Aunt Jane. But what I know with staff is I'm on it. I'll be here. I'll do the best job. So we appreciate all of that very, very much. So does everyone where you showed up to help.
Thank you.
You're next.
Okay.
Don't call him my nephew.
All right. I'd like to have Shane Shorts come up and give some
I'm gonna
information
hear
on
that.
that he saw.
Mr.
followed by
Schwartz.
Reinhardt.
You took a break from your reports and your emails, which are really amazing. I know you have things to say, but once I saw that and saw the difference between when it is flooding and when we did the field trip and saw when it was dry, it's pretty dramatic. Okay.
Thank you.
So, good morning.
I just want to be here today. I appreciate Mike inviting me up here today. My name is Shane Swartz, Lower San Joaquin Levy District. The largest levy district for your LMA, 192 miles of levy roadways. If you want to go to the next slide, please. So on the 31st of January, we received a large amount of inflow from Friant Dam. You're going to see it on your right-hand side of your presentation. That filled up an inflow overnight of 35,000 acre foot. That's the largest inflow that overnight that facility has ever received, recorded under the Bureau. After that, starting on January 4th and continuing on to January 20th, we were in a flood flow scenario. They have been releasing up to 7,500 CFS down the San Joaquin River that reaches into the flood control bypass, which is in yellow. So those are all the levee roads that the Lower San Joaquin Levy District monitors and patrols. So starting on January 4th, the Levy District, along with CCID and Henry Miller Reclamation District, began a 24-hour patrol of those 192 miles of levees. And again, a lot of these levees control off of the San Joaquin River to include the Merced stream groups, such as Bear Creek as well. Moving on to the next slide, please. So here's a couple spots that Mike wanted to get some action shots of the Levy District and some local landowners. We partnered up with this local landowner for these failing drain pipes that are noted under the DMP DSID numbers as stated. That's President Dolan's famous road that she likes, Sandy Mush Road. She's been there recently on November 4th, and I want to again thank the board for coming out on that day to see what we are battling on the dry seasons, and then obviously with this massive amount of flood flow water. Just in that channel right there, we were receiving up to 5,500 CFS flowing through there into that Sandy Mush Bridge and then out toward the Delta. That picture on the right-hand side, you can see a boil was present. Those two drain pipes are collapsed pipes that DWR is monitoring and addressing to create a more permanent fix in the future. Next slide, please.
Yeah, you were there.
Next slide, please. So this next one is another boil. This is going to be in Fresno County, boil site number 4. On the left-hand side, I did want to mention, these are our active sites that we were monitoring and also had some issues. We were marking them on a daily occurrence and sending them out per email just to show the local landowners and the flood board on what we were doing to basically combat these spots. Next slide, please. Our next site is erosion site number 1 in Fresno County. So this is the very start of our system right before the bifurcation on the San Joaquin River. We had 800 feet of erosion being occurred. Over 3 nights, we lost 5 to 6 feet of sandy soil on towards our levee. Next slide, please. So this is a sort of a panoramic view of that levee spot. In the center, if you could just imagine, you're standing on the levee road, looking out into the San Joaquin River. Looking left is that orange cone. Looking right is that other piece of equipment. So on January 15th, we notified Fresno County of we needed support, and also in concurrence contacted the FOC and letting them know the situation from the LMA side. From that point on, Fresno County that same afternoon deployed their EOS operations out to the San Joaquin River to assess the site, and then also notified Cal OES that same evening as well. Within 48 hours, I had direct response with Cal OES, the Flood Operations Center, of material and equipment to be supported this break, or not this break, this huge erosion site that the LMA and the work with the Fresno County and Cal OES, we stopped the erosion and prevented this break to happen. So you're looking at 5,400 tons of quarter-ton rock that was trucked in by 300 truckloads from Marysville, California.
Wow.
So that was a 4-day work day of 14-hour days trying to get this rock in there quickly and move precisely to stop the erosion taking place. We had Cal OES provided us 2 bulldozers, 2 excavators, and also a crew of 12 to complete this job.
So this location is below the bifurcation structure?
Yes, sir.
How far?
About 3 miles on the left bank upstream. So we completed this project in 6 days. Again, 5,400 tons of rock, 300 loads of this rock coming in. And again, coming down orchard fields, partnering with the local landowners to getting us access to these areas to protect the cities of Mendota and also Fireball. Next slide, please.
One other question. What was the release through the bifurcation structure to the San Joaquin River?
Down to the river, we were monitoring it right at 1,500 CFS down to the Mendota Pool at the bifurcation, and then out towards the bypass, we were pumping 5,000 through that facility. So we had good communications with the Bureau. We kept them under that 8,000 Q for the San Joaquin River. So we got up to 7,500, but then eased off of that 7,500 down to 7,000. It was a more manageable flood fight for us. So. And again, today, we're still pumping flood flow from Friant. They're down to 2,250 as of this morning. We have about 1,000 going down to the river and 1,700 going down to through the bypass. So that'll slowly decrease towards the end of the month is their projection. And also the next slide, I do not have the next slide. I forgot to add it on there, but on November 4th, the board members came out to a tour of the sort of our Grand Canyon on Avenue 18.5. I've also updated some YouTube videos and slides on my daily email blast to local landowners and you all as well on just how much erosion has taken place over the last 2 weeks in those sites. I am working with Madera County, and also Madera County, I just heard from this morning from the Board of Supervisors that they're contacting FEMA for relief help as well. I'm not too sure about Cal OES yet, but still working with Madera County in that situation. So moving forward on that, I'll have more updates when that occurs. Presuming they're going to be waiting for those flows to slow down. Right now, running through there is about 1,200 CFS at that junction point. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for that information. And we will not forget and we will not abandon you. We've got lots of things to do together. Mr. Rick Reinhardt. Good
Morning
morning.
again, President Dolan, members of the board. Rick Reinhardt with MBK Engineers here today on behalf of the California Central Valley Flood Control Association. You heard quite a bit at the coordinating committee and in the presentations before. I'm going to quickly go through some of these, but I want to touch on things from a couple of different angles based on comments I've heard earlier, as well as what I think a focus might be on some lessons learned out of these flood events. Next slide, please. So the first series of slides, go ahead, next slide, is City of Sacramento is the LMA for the Sacramento River East Levee from the American River down to, I think it's about Sutterville Road where MA9 picks up. They have extensive waterside erosion and sloughing. This is something that I think you heard at the coordinating committee that as the floodwaters continue to recede, we expect more reclamation districts reporting on. We don't think we have the full extent of that damage. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Jeremy Eric touched on Reclamation District 1600. I want to hit on two sites that we have there. First, next slide. The Sacramento River levee is a very sandy levee, doesn't have many fines in it. And so we had some rilling on the land side from the heavy precipitation. Next slide. We talked a little bit earlier about the process that we go through from the local agencies with OES and the state. The Reclamation District contacted OES. We also let the Flood Center know that we were taking action. OES assisted us in getting a CCC crew out so that we could visqueen and sandbag the site. Next site, please. This is the Yolo Bypass levee. The levee has extensive cracking. It's very fat clay soils. This levee was built on top of the existing tubules, has organics in the foundation. In 2019, with high rainfall, we had a very similar situation where we had a landside slip. This isn't our worst site. I was a little surprised to see that this is the one that slipped in this event. Next slide, please. So we came out, visqueened it. Next slide, please. The site continued to move, and we had high winds that a combination of the site continuing to move and the high winds ripped the site apart. We came back again and visqueened it. It ripped apart again. At that point, we contacted OES and asked the state to come out and asked the state for direct technical assistance, and it worked like clockwork. They were out there immediately, reached the same conclusion that we did, that immediate action is necessary. Next slide. Within days, they're out there mobilized as an interim repair, placing a rock. The site's actually going to be finished today. This was an interim action. This is a Band-Aid to get us through the flood season. We do need to start looking ahead for how we're going to do the permanent fixes, whether that's with the Corps doing PL 8499 or after 2017 and 2019, where the state created their own funded storm damage repair site. But something I'm sure the department's thinking about and we want to get ahead of because we want all of these sites addressed before the next flood season. Next slide, please. Actually, one point I want to make on this is at the exact time that we're having that slip and we're concerned about continued movement of it, DWR declared an emergency on their large notch project. I think the board members are familiar with that, where they're putting an operable gate in the Fremont Weir for fish passage. And they're in the middle of construction. They had 2 cofferdams where they've actually cut a hole in the Fremont Weir. That facility, the cofferdam started over top and started to fail. And DWR went into 24-hour emergency operations. They were hauling several hundred trucks a day down our levee as trying to make sure that site didn't fail. They did a great job. They did secure the site. But it led to a lot of on-the-ground conflict between those trying to monitor the levee and trying to get around trucks that are backed up. But we had great lines of communication. As soon as I got on the phone, I'm on the phone with Jeremy Eric in the Flood Center. I'm on the phone with State Water Projects Operations Center. And we were able to work through those. One of the big advantages of those lines of communication is as soon as our site got to the point that we no longer, the Yola bypass site could no longer be addressed through our resources, the state folks that were on site immediately transitioned to that and started taking corrective action. So really great example of how well we work together in disasters, but also an example of how the district does what they can with their resources. They go to the county OES. At the same time, we're communicating DWR, and then DWR steps in when we're no longer capable. Next site I want to hit is Reclamation District 108. You saw a little bit about this at the coordinating committee. Next slide, please. This is an erosion site on the ridge cut. Next slide, please. This is a boil on the Sacramento River in before any action was taken. Next slide, please. And this is the emergency action they took to mitigate the boil by sandbagging it. Next slide. This is a slip on the Calusan Basin drain. Next slide. This is after they've covered it. Next slide. This is the continued progression and damage after it's been covered. And then these are slides that KSN provided me on their reclamation, or I'm sorry, this is District 551. This is one of MBK's districts. Next slide, please.
Where's the 551 located?
This is in the Delta, so it's one of Mike Moncrief's levees. I'm not familiar with the name of the island. We've got an erosion site out there that they're monitoring, that they're going to want to take corrective action on.
You know where that is?
Oh, right, left bank just downstream of MA9. Next slide, please. KSN provided me some input on their districts, RD 2111, 563, and 1601. Next slide. So for Dead Horse, they've got slumping and seepage. I think it was damage to the rock slope protection, but not sure on that piece. Next slide, please. On Twitchell, they had pretty significant sloughing and damage to the crown.
Is that landside?
I believe this is on the water side, but I put out a call to the association to give me the information, and this is the extent of what I received.
Either way, it's damage.
Next slide. And then in Tyler Island, this is pre-staging for installation of a muscle wall. It's the system that example of what Jeremy Eric had put up. They also had a lot of downed trees and seepage. Next slide. So that was it for the damage sites. A couple of things that I think are takeaways that I have that that we should be thinking about is the first is, I think it was January 1st. I woke up at 5 a.m. and first thing that I do is I go check the gauges and the guidance plots. And I happen to look at Arcade Creek because when we have intense rainfall, Arcade Creek is one of the ones that rises quickly. The gauge said it was within 4 inches of the 100-year water surface. And it's 5 a.m. I'm a little nervous about should I actually start calling people. I texted Tim Kerr, and fortunately, he has frontline managers out there on staff, and the water surface elevation was nowhere near what the gauge was telling us. And so we need to understand why that's the case. It's a Sac County alert gauge. It's not one of the GS or the department's gauges, but just goes to show you how much we rely on these gauges in these conditions. And so if they're not functioning, I'm going to get in and understand why. We heard a lot of talk about power outages at the coordinating committee. It's something prolific through the system, and it's not as simple as bringing in a backup generator. Reclamation District 1600, I think they were without power for about 2 weeks. PG&E did bring a generator in, but then you've got to have somebody hook it up. You just don't plug it in and start it up. It's a pretty extensive process. And listening to the radio stations over the last couple of weeks, I've heard ads being run by SMUD and PG&E talking about how high the winds were and these extreme flood events. But it strikes me that they're not preparing their infrastructure for these type of conditions. And that's something that maybe for the 2027 plan, we start to engage these, the power companies for our facilities that are critical, the pump stations, both in the urban and the rural areas. we should be looking at putting those powers underground so that we're not so susceptible. If you look at the power outage maps for Sacramento area, you don't see them in the communities that have underground power. It's largely trees falling or accidents, people hitting power poles where we have above ground power. I think there's also something to be learned from the down trees. We have, I don't know that I've seen a lot of talk about this, but I can remember doing an inspection with MA9 staff as part of the FEMA certification effort for that levee, and there were several completely dead trees on the land side that we call snags. And I said, those should be removed. And the response was, CDFW says that's nesting habitat. If you look at how extensive tree fall we had in this event and where we had resources, we could deal with that. Had we been in the middle of a high water event, we don't have resources to be removing the fallen trees from the crown of the levee as we're trying to patrol. And so just making sure that we have a vegetation policy. Are we implementing it? Are we inspecting the trees, and trees that are in a state of decline, are we removing those? We don't want to be facing those hazards in the middle of a high water event. Lastly, I want to end on just reinforcing two things that Jeremy talked about. As I mentioned at the coordinating committee, I was concerned that we weren't out staking high water. It's really encouraging to see that DWR is all over that they're out taking care of it. And hopefully we're going to have the resources, and DWR can continue to advocate for that so that if we have it on a larger scale, that we're going to flood on a larger scale, we are prepared for that. And lastly, I want to give a shout out to the Bureau for their operation of Folsom. I really think it's impressive that they drew down the reservoir below what they needed to do in anticipation of what the forecasted events could have been, knowing that they've got a very large snowpack that they're going to be able to refill. So I think that's a great lesson learned. I hope our other reservoir operators are in the future are as aggressive as the Bureau was during this event. Thank you for the opportunity to present today.
I appreciate you thanking us. We asked for this, so thank you for putting it together. This is important overview, important knowledge, and informs the work that we need to do.
Through the chair.
Member Grego.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize what Rick Reinhardt said about the operations of these reservoirs, and that how important it is that they have the ability to lower these gates in order to anticipate snowpacks, because it was a beautiful March day in 1986 when the Yuba River levees failed. And it was based on this snowpack that they had in what they considered at the time a Pineapple Express that came in and just, put the water on those levees for such an extended time that eventually the under seepage took it out. So keeping an eye on that snowpack is really important, but I think equally important is having the ability to lower down those gates on those reservoirs so that they have the ability to anticipate those kind of events. Thank you.
Forecast informed operation. We're moving toward it. We're getting better. Any other comments, board members? Anyone in the room? Ms. Nagy, hoping so.
Good, I think it's still morning. Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. Megan Nagy from Reclamation District 108, Sacramento River Westside Levee District, and Knights Landing Ridge Drainage District. Rick showed you some of the sites that were damaged in our 3 districts. I want to emphasize 2 things. One, how important the RFMPs were in this event and helping us coordinate. I can't underestimate the amount of coordination that occurred during this event and the help we received from those that support us in Mid and Upper Sac. We had new OES staff in both Colusa and Yolo counties this event. We didn't know each other. It was new. It worked well. We were able to get through it, but without the support of the RFMPs, it wouldn't have been as smooth. So I wanted to emphasize that hadn't been hit yet. The next is I think, the most near and dear to my heart, which is PL 8499. I've yet to hear anything about whether that's going to be open or not. And I request your assistance in making sure that it does. You saw the sites that were damaged in RD 108. There's others, RD 1600, the state maintenance areas. We need the federal government's help. We do a lot of work to make sure we stay eligible for that. This was a real flood event. There's no reason they can't open it up. And maybe they are, but we haven't heard anything yet. They do try to wait till the river recedes so we can look at our erosion sites. So maybe they're giving us time. In 2019, we had to push to get it opened. It wasn't automatic. And so I don't know if folks remember that, but we did. We had to push to get that open. My sites from 2019 are yet to be repaired. They didn't treat those like an emergency. I just got told in December that those sites aren't actually going to get fixed until 2024. That's not acceptable. That is not how that program is supposed to run. And so I think that's a lesson learned from 2019 that we need to be more proactive this year and make sure that it's opened and they're treated like emergencies. In 2017, they actually did. They were fantastic. We submitted sites in early summer. They completed their authorization reports in August, and I had fixes by October. It worked beautifully. The more complex sites took a lot longer, but it was reasonable. They were seepage sites that were complicated. We got a setback levee. We got some major seepage berms. That was fantastic, and that took a little longer and understood. But we need to make sure that as we move forward, and we're going to need your help. You're the ones that can make the difference in pushing that forward. So requesting your assistance there.
Okay,
That's all I have.
we can at least be the bully pulpit.
Thank you.
We'll work together on that. Yeah. Thank you for underscoring the importance of the RFMPs, which allow people to know each other, work together, coordinate, plan, talk. It's really been amazing. I come from a county government where when there was an emergency, we had to figure out who we're supposed to talk to for our 5 cities in our adjoining county. The RFMPs now are really working together 24/7, 12 months, and it's pretty amazing. So we need to keep that. It is a very positive, very helpful part of what our work is. Comments from board members? Member Bosler. Oh,
Yeah,
Ben
just in
Ramirez.
terms of- I mean, I'm very familiar with FEMA reimbursement, but not as much the U.S. Army Corps program. So I'm just wondering from a process perspective, is it the board or is it DWR that writes a letter requesting that the PL 499 program gets opened for this event?
Do you know
I'm
the
sorry,
answer to that?
I'm new, so I'm going to ask all the
I don't.
basic questions.
So
Right ahead.
before I came to Reclamation District 108, I worked for the Army Corps of Engineers, and during the 0506 flood event, I was the emergency manager. So the Corps can open the program on its own. It doesn't need technically a request, but sometimes they do look for the request. So it's the board as the non-federal sponsor that would be that. The Corps then issues a public notice, which allows 30 days. So we're allowed 30 days to submit damaged sites. So usually we get a little bit less. The board forwards that to the LMAs. The LMAs have to send that to the board, who in turn sends it to the Corps. And then after that, they go through an eligibility process. Is it flood damage? Is it eligible for PL 8499? There's different thresholds. There's a minimum cost threshold that's always exceeded that the Corps goes through.
Wait a second, I have to.
It seems like that's something that the board staff should report back to us on and
Yes.
we want to maximize the federal funding that we can, that can support.
Oh, it's time for that. Yes, and our executive officer is putting that down right now. So is our chief engineer. So did the president follow up on it? We've got staff saying, yes, we will. Thank you for the tutorial. That's good to know. Member Ramirez?
Thank you, President Dolan. Just very quickly was going to also suggest that when we have the core item next month, maybe we can ask them to address this specifically and staff can work with them between now and then.
Yes. Did that in advance of you, but
Thank
great
you.
minds think alike. 8499 agenda item. Anyone in the room want to get up and say something? Do we have any online? Oh, you don't have that up. Anyone with a hand up? You in the glass room? Okay. I'm not going to call another 6-minute break. You're up. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's great information. So I'm going to call up Preston Shotbell from Operations Branch of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board to introduce this item 10B, levy inspection.
Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. I'm Preston Shotbell with the board's inspection section. So today I'm happy to introduce GWR's flood project inspection and assessment section ahead of their presentation of the annual inspection and LMA report. This report they bring to us every year around January. It's the same group that was working on the emergency operations you were just hearing about. This is their annual report. So every year when this report's released, I'm reminded how much work goes into it, how much ground they cover, literally and figuratively. It also reminds me of how much work we have to do as an organization to meet those challenges that we're witnessing throughout our adopted plan of flood control. So our staff uses this report findings and the data that go into the report in many ways. First, the results of the LMA summaries are useful in determining where those problem areas are, whether those problem areas are improving, getting worse, or staying the same over the past few years. This is also going to help us as we pursue our budget change proposal in the Deferred Encroachment Compliance Program and continue or regain compliance with the Corps' PLD 499 program. Their Utility Crossing Inspection Program, or USIP, is an extremely useful database that our staff uses on a daily basis for pipes and crossings throughout the SPFC, whether they're encroachments like irrigation pipes or system pipes that are there for drainage. So their data links directly back to our permitting database so that we can cross-reference all of our records associated with a certain pipe. And then their designated floodway inspection that they'll detail in their report helps us by providing hard data to support our efforts in obtaining those resources we need to improve that program and be more effective in enforcing what's happening in the designated floodways. So our staff works closely with FPIAS to make sure that those programs are complementing each other, to support each other's work, and that information flows freely between our groups. They will mention this in their presentation. I don't mean to steal anyone's show here, but I would like to highlight their efforts in assisting my section directly for the permitted encroachment construction inspections. Our group is small. We have 3 engineers, and as you heard, Priscilla's moving on, and we're hiring a 3rd right now. And so we couldn't cover everything without their help, and they've done it for a long time and are experts in what they do. And so this year we aim to coordinate even more closely with their engineers to make sure projects are tracked, documented, and done right. So with that, I'll hand it over to Wade Wiley, the manager of the Flood Project Inspection Assessment section.
Thank you, Mr. Shotbell. Good morning.
Good morning, President.
It is still morning.
It's still morning.
We're moving though.
Good morning, good morning. Good morning, board members. My name is Wade Wiley. I am the manager for the Flood Project Inspection and Assessment section. Today, with the help of Sterling York and Kaveh Zamane, we will be presenting the 2022 Inspection and Local Agency Report. To start, I would like to provide a little background on our authority to do inspections, what it is we inspect, and how the report sharing the results of those inspections has evolved over time. Under the authority of Water Code 8360, 8370, and 8371, DWR performs a verification inspection of the maintenance of the Sacramento River Flood Control Project levees performed by the local responsible agencies and reports to the Corps and the board annually on the status of levee maintenance accomplished under Title 33. There's no specific water code that directs DWR to inspect the San Joaquin River flood control system, but DWR has performed that inspection and provided reports for that system for many, many years. These inspections determine for both river basins if local agencies are performing their legal and statutory responsibilities pursuant to Water Code 12642 and 12657, and are meeting their legal obligations under assurance agreements with the state to operate and maintain their flood protection projects. The Flood Project Inspection and Assessment section also performs other inspections based on an agreement with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board and provides an avenue for LMAs to comply with the LMA reporting requirements under Water Code 9140 and 9141. Next slide, please. So in short, what we do is inspect and report on the state plan of flood control features. Twice a year, we inspect approximately 1,600 miles of levees. Once a year, we inspect 26 channels, 56 structures, 15 pumping plants, approximately 1,500 utility crossings, about 80 erosion sites, depending on what we find out there in the system. And we do an aerial imagery inspection of 31 designated floodways. And we also provide LMA reporting for 84 LMAs. Next slide. So many years ago, all of these different programs and inspections and reports were developed and presented to the board at various times throughout the year. But at the request of the board, we've combined all of those things into this one report, which itself has evolved over the years. More recent additions to the report include adding a designated floodway section, expanding our utility crossing inspection section, adding an encroachment section, and it's now ADA compliant. Next slide, please. So having provided that background, I'd like now to share what we'll be talking about in this year's presentation. Today, Sterling will be providing an overview of the contents of this year's inspection report. He will discuss the contents of the LMA summary profiles, review the encroachment section, and then he will present the results of this year's inspections. At that point, we'll turn it over to Kaveh Zamani, who will review this year's LMA reporting results and the results of the utility crossing inspection program. At that point, I'll come back to the podium and I'll provide an update on some of our other section activities, and then I'll finish up with a discussion about our section goals looking forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sterling.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Sterling.
Thank you, Wade. Still morning? Okay, still close. All right. Well, good morning, members of the board. My name is Sterling York, and I am one of the two seniors of the Flood Protection Inspection Unit. And I supervise the inspection work being done by DWR within the Flood Project Inspection Assessment section. Mike Engelman, the manager of Inspection Section B, is also here, not only for moral support, but also to provide any necessary support during our presentation. This report brings together the results of many programs from both DWR and also the U.S. Corps of Army Engineers. Today, I will be providing an overview of the content of this report, and then I'll review the results of the inspections. Included in this report are the maintenance inspection results for the levees and their encroachments, channels, and structures. Also, the results of the San Joaquin Erosion Survey, designated floodway inspection results, the results of the Utility Inspection Cross Program, which is referred to as USEP, and the LMA annual reporting results. Some of the other programs included in this report are the Sacramento River Bank Erosion Survey, DWR's Flood System Repair Project, and also the Corps PL 8499 eligibility. Together, the information provided by these programs help the inspection unit determine the quality of maintenance that the levee maintenance agencies are providing. The report concludes with the flood project inspection assessment section activities and accomplishments throughout the last year, as well as the LMA summary profiles in the appendices. And again, as Wade mentioned, this year, the report is in fully ADA compliance. Next slide, please. The highlights of the inspection program are summed up in the front end of the report, but the core of the results are actually shown in the summary profiles located in Appendix A, B, and C. These summary profiles provide one location for each LMA to review all the data gathered from the program that contribute to the results of the inspection report. This includes the data results from the inspection section, flood project branch, and the Army Corps of Engineers. Next slide, please. Each year, the summary profiles are updated with new information, although we keep the same format. In addition, the LMA's overall maintenance ratings, these profiles contain other useful data including the LMA's contact information, the results of the structures, channels, as well as DWR and the Corps' erosion survey. The combination of these results allow the ability to assess the levee's threats and give recommendations on how the LMA can improve on their maintenance. The summary profiles also include the LMA reporting results, which Kaveh will cover later on in this presentation. Next slide, please. And before we move on to the results of the inspection, I'd like to highlight the encroachment section, which helps us identify the encroachments and their differences. There's a significant in the overall encroachment number presented in this year's report compared to last year's. This is a result of an ongoing effort to change the way USEP assesses the ratings for the pipes with administrative issues. Previously, pipes with administrative issues were rated and included alongside pipes with integrity issues. Now, as the USEP completes its annual pipe inspection, pipes needing permits, additional research, or other administrative work are assessed separately in a separate category that are no longer included within the inspection report. To date, there are over 47 non-compliant encroachments identified in the levee inspection data. These are broken into two separate types, either maintenance or enforcement issues. Maintenance encroachments, for the most part, are issues that the LMAs can control by their LMA maintenance program. And these include such programs or such things as system pipes, down trees, trash, and debris. Whereas the enforcement encroachments are usually privately owned and typically consist of structures, pipes, fences, pruning piles, and landscaping. Only the maintenance items that are assessed as part of the overall rating are rated. Currently, pipes that are responsibility of the LMA are not being assessed as part of the overall inspection rating, but that will change in the future once the Deferred Maintenance Program, or DMP, completes its initial assessment of the system pipes. Next slide, please. Now let's take a closer look at each of the encroachments. All right, so beginning with the maintenance encroachments, to date, there are just over 1,500 maintenance encroachments identified in the inspection report. As we can see, a little over 3/4 of these maintenance encroachments are pipes. The remaining 19% are items that can be normally corrected through the LMA's routine maintenance. Next slide, please. Moving on to the enforcement encroachments. There are approximately 1,700 more enforcement encroachments than the maintenance encroachments found in the system. On this slide, we see that 27% of the enforcement encroachments are privately owned pipes, and 17% being fences, along with 16% being landscape issues. The remaining 40% are privately owned items, which include pruning piles, ditches, buildings, crops, stairways, and pools. Although the LMAs are the first line of defense, a lot of times they have difficulty getting action from these privately owned encroachments, and oftentimes they need the help of and assistance of the board's enforcement section. Next slide, please. Now that we've covered the encroachments, I'd like to move on to the overall results of the inspections. In this slide, we have the overall ratings for the different inspections of the flood project system for 2022. This table has the results for the levees, channels, structures, pumping plants that are within the state plan of flood control. Now let's look at each component separately. Next slide, please. As we look at the inspection section results, we can see that this year's ratings are fairly similar to the last 5-year ratings. Looking at the graph, there were 35 levies that received an acceptable rating. 20 of those received the same acceptable rating over the last 5 years. 33 of the levies received a minimally acceptable rating. But I'd like to point out that several of the LMAs with a minimal acceptable rating had a small percentage of unacceptable issues. And if they would have addressed these small unacceptable issues, their ratings could have raised up to an acceptable rating. Finally, 38% of the levies received an unacceptable rating. And unfortunately, 29 of those 38 have received that same rating over the last 5 years. Next slide, please. As in previous years, the most common maintenance deficiency that we see has to do with vegetation management. As we see here, the last couple of years, the maintenance deficiencies have improved significantly. This year's results show that 17 of the 40 levee areas receiving unacceptable ratings could have improved to acceptable ratings if the LMA would have improved on their vegetation management. Next slide, please. All right, moving on to the channel results. The 26 channels we report on are non-levee project channels specifically called out in the water code and in the core O&M manuals. Our inspectors evaluate the channels at specific locations where there are restrictions to the channels, such as bridges and also road crossings. Excessive vegetation, debris, erosion, and other factors that impact the capacity of the channels are used in the rating analysis for each channel. The main issue driving the channel rating again is, of course, vegetation. The 2022 channel inspection results stayed fairly consistent within the last several years, and I'm glad to report that this year there were no unacceptable ratings. Next slide, please. Next, we have the results of the structures. Structure maintenance has been constant over the last 5 years, slightly fluctuating between acceptable and minimally acceptable ratings. Vandalism and concrete deterioration and vegetation is what has led to those minimal acceptable ratings. The one unacceptable rating this year was due to erosion around a head wall and deterioration of some pipes. Next slide, please. Now looking at the results of the pumping plant inspections, 12 were rated acceptable and 1 was unacceptable. The 1 unacceptable pumping plant was again due to vandalism and theft. Next slide. All right, moving on to the designated flood inspection results. Our inspectors perform inspections of 31 designated floodways within the Sacramento and San Joaquin drainage basins on behalf of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. Inspectors use the latest aerial imagery to perform floodway inspections from Google Earth. They identify encroachments that may impact the capacity of the floodways or require board encroachment permit. With aerial imagery last year, about 85% of the designated floodways were able to be inspected, and as a result, there are 512 20 encroachments added in 2022. This brings the total encroachments to date to nearly 8,100 in the designated floodway. Next slide, please. I think we have a little bit of a hiccup on our slide presentation. Can you please go back a slide? Go forward a slide. Brian, can you go back just one slide? Well, apparently we're missing a slide in between there. I saw it pop up there, but it's not showing up. I do have one more slide. Can you go to slide 19, please? Okay, go to slide 20. All right, we're going to have to do a little bit of manipulating back when I turn it over to Kaveh, but sorry for that confusion. I want to cover the designated floodway inspection results now. This pie chart shows the permitted versus unpermitted encroachments within the designated floodway. When we take a closer look, we can see that about nearly 81 out of the nearly 8,100 encroachments identified, about 7,700 require board permit. Of those, 12% of the encroachments have board permits and the remaining 88% do not have board permits. I would like to point out that many of these encroachments may have existed before the adoption of the designated floodways. And there was really no way of knowing which of these encroachments were new or existing before the designated floodway was adopted. Nearly 50% of all the encroachments identified are structures, and the remaining encroachments consist of crops, utilities, and other items like fences, equipment, and debris piles. And with that, it brings the end of my portion of this presentation, and I'm opening it up for questions.
We're getting permits for crops in the designated floodways?
Let me clarify that a little bit. The crops also takes into orchards. So if you look at crops and also orchards, you don't identify row crops, which would be like crops like corn and certain things like that. We're only looking at orchards, and yes, we do provide permits for people applying for orchards within the designated floodway.
I knew that.
I'm just trying to gauge, because I mean, obviously this is a huge amount of workload. If we think of all of those things need permitted, are all of these findings are all things that you have determined or the department has determined would impair flood flows, right? That's why they're designated. Is there any ranking though, or any other kind of prioritization? Because obviously to permit that many, I mean, it's overwhelming.
Yes.
Given the amount of staff doing this work. So just trying to understand if there's any other information that can further target our work given limited resources.
Great question. We do look at what we see in our aerial imagery, and we're more concerned with those, let's call them structures that are going to impede the flow, and or maybe docks that are actually in the waterways, things like that are a bigger concern of ours. And that's what we would try to look at as far as going for any help or asking the board to look at maybe going and looking at what it would take to get those permitted in those areas. The slighter things like equipment, or if there's giant piles of aggregate or things like that, we know that those are easily removed. And so it's less of a concern as far as the designated floodways.
Unless they're not removed in time. More?
Communications with landowners that have these non-permitted structures, crops, utilities, others that we've identified in our report or in DWR's report. Like, do we communicate to them and say, hey, Just FYI, you have an unpermitted structure on your, and, you know, it's,
You want to take that?
so we could give them an opportunity to voluntarily remove it without having to go through the whole permit.
Yeah.
Hi, Board Member Bossler. At this point, I don't believe that we do a whole bunch of outreach for those counties. We try to work through the counties to implement sort of outreach through them, but it's really a program we have to grow. We're trying to grow those resources to be able to do that. And another piece of that too is being able to redefine those designated floodway boundaries, right? They were developed at different times, 70s, 80s on through now. So in my mind, what we'd want to do is redefine those boundaries first. And that's kind of the first step, as opposed to using line work that, could be of varying accuracy and try to enforce on those areas. So there's a lot of work to do, bottom line.
Member Grego?
Yeah, last year, most of the members from this board went to Yuba County to look at a floodway there in Hallwood. These are historic neighborhoods, that have been around for hundreds of years that were established as farming areas. And so we have seen on our agenda previously when there are permits being pulled for structures to be there. And this board, generally, I've never seen them not approve them. But there are also structures that are related to agriculture, because a lot of these are in areas, rural areas of agriculture. And so they may be barns, they may be, storefronts for farming equipment, things like that. I understand the issue of encroachments permits, but how do you catch up with some of these areas that have been around for hundreds of years and have been established as rural areas of farming community or aggregate? They mentioned that aggregate came from Marysville. That's where one of our plants are, probably where that rock came from. And so, you want to encourage the farming community without discouraging them, by permitting some of these structures that have been there forever.
And we are looking, this has been a very hot topic ever since I became involved as far as giving this presentation. I know Board Member Countryman has got a passion about floodways and what's in them and things. And we are working very closely with board staff and looking at actually new line work. Because like you mentioned, some of these are historic and they're very old, and the line work's changed from actually where the river's even at, or the channels. So we are relooking at those, trying to look at what it would take to readjust the line work for those particular stream beds, and also trying to get a little bit better understanding of what would be the grandfathered in structures as opposed to after the adoption of the designated floodways.
I think this board has made it very clear, and if not, I'm going to say it again, that we need to modernize the designated floodway. And that's not something that you can do with pencil and paper. It is complex and it needs to be done. And I understand the last time it was seriously looked at, I was in junior high. And that's wrong. So we need to do that. It also is a tug of war between the land use authority of local government and our ability and designation of floodway. And that does take a lot of communication, understanding, and sometimes it can't be resolved because of competing or equal authorities. Board Member Grego brings something up very important. I'm aware of the floodway in the county in which I live, and the structures that are there predate the Reclamation Board, predate DWR, predate the designated floodway. They're sparsely located. These are not dense areas. There is one where it started out as a temporary trailer park that now is permanent. That's a problem. So sometimes you got to look at history, impact, danger, priority. The word encroachment seems really bad. We better go after it. It can't be there. There's something wrong. And sometimes that's not the case. Sometimes it is. So That's why it needs to be looked at, and we are really strengthening our enforcement and our permitting on that. But it's hard to do it when you have 3 people and a really huge floodway.
Definitely appreciate your comment, President Dolan, and I think we are working very diligently on making this program a lot better than it has. We were looking at some new programs we can look at to even see what we're looking at other than just Google Earth. So
No, I see that, and information is so important. Until the Flood Control Act of 2007 and 8, these were not really paid attention to unless it became a problem. So this report is at least 2 pounds heavier than last year. But one thing in this, I picked it up early, and I just put it here so people can see the heft and the information in this. There's nothing in this that we don't need to know. And the organization of it is excellent.
thank you very much. And if there are no further questions,
It's more of a comment, I think, and it's more for maybe us.
Member Ramirez?
I can't help myself, sorry. My favorite topic.
Yeah.
One of my favorite topics. I was going to actually volunteer myself to work with staff to tackle one example. We asked for this information to be included in the report. You guys have done that. That's really important. Now we know more than we did. That's a foundation. That's a place to start. It's justification for work that needs to be done. So I really appreciate the fact that you guys continue to do this and share it and to daylight it, because that's important and it's a first step. But I'd be happy, President Dolan, to work with staff and look at a specific floodway and start to dive into these issues a little bit more, maybe bring it back in a way that would help us, the board and board staff, better understand the complexity and maybe start talking about priorities, just to incrementally do a little bit more on our end. Your guys' job is to do the report and to make the observations. Now it's our job to use that information. So, and I'm not asking for staff to do it by themselves, Jane. I'm going to volunteer myself to do that. So feel free to assign me, and maybe we could have our executive officer figure out who the right people are. But I'm happy to put time into this because I would like to do that personally.
Offer accepted.
thank you.
Our policy allows the board president in consultation with the executive officer to do that. So that would be very helpful. Sometimes, well, part of our purpose here is sometimes we know things. We're always happy to give our opinions, though.
Appreciate that offer, and I know board staff will appreciate that offer also. If there are
Absolutely.
no
Thank you.
further questions, I am going to turn the time over to Kaveh, and he will be reporting on the LMA reporting program and also the USEP program. Okay? Oh, do you have something?
Oh, my.
Introduce Greg here. I didn't.
Okay.
Kick the beat.
All right. Mr. Harvey from the flood staff. Yes.
Thank you, Greg Harvey, Flood System Improvement Branch. Good afternoon.
Raise the mic.
Afternoon now, President Dolan, members of the board. I just wanted to hop in real fast, and just a great segue for our designated floodway program we're trying to initiate with a BCP. So this last round, we were unfortunate with the BCP, but we're going to go after it again. And a portion of that is providing funding or asking for funding for staff to tackle these encroachments that have been identified by Sterling and his folks. And it was very kind of board member Ramirez to offer his services. Igbo and I have meetings with a consultant right now going over the current efforts of the task order we're doing to tackle this. And I think your effort would be greatly appreciated. But I just want to let you know that we're working on this, and we're going to try again to get positions and tackle the monumental effort of updating the boundaries throughout the state. So just want to say.
I'll just clarify, you're using initials that everybody in government knows and not the rest of the world. This is a budget proposal so that we can have identified resources that are necessary to move this forward, and we hope it will occur. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Bowser?
I'm just wondering, just on that issue, the mapping of the floodway. I mean, I think that the last several budgets, there's been significant investment in science and mapping capabilities. in the broader resources agency. And I'm just wondering if we can at least like shake that tree and see if any of that is useful for our mapping purpose and if it can be repurposed. I know there's been significant investments at DWR and in the resources agency itself, like in the science data mapping technologies. And so I'm just wondering if there are resources that we can tap into for our specific purpose.
All right, I'm seeing some of our staff engineers nodding, which means yes, and that's to be done. Probably some of it's being done. There's just more and more information and the professionalism and what's available with GIS. And so some of the other things, maybe those folks that fly those airplanes can do some help for us as well. So we'll follow that. Thanks for bringing that up. Nice to see you again. It's good to meet you. Amazing to see you in the hallway.
I think I lost the opportunity to say good morning, so I start with a good afternoon, board members. Thank you, Sterling and Wade. So my name is Kaveh Zamani. I'm a senior engineer and a manager for the local maintaining agency assessment unit of DWR. So, okay. At this point, I would like to provide an update on the
Mr. Zamani,
Speak up a little bit. Just
I
speak,
just-
could you speak up a little bit?
Okay,
I need you to like actually put your face to the mic.
okay.
Thank you.
At this point, I would like to provide an update on the LMA reporting program. I will start with a little background on the program, and then I will cover the results from the 2022 submittal. After that, I will discuss our outreach efforts and then finish up with how the information is used. The LMA reporting program was established by Assembly Bill 156 in 2007 and is codified in California Water Code sections 9140 and 9141. It requires annual reporting on operation and maintenance activities for project levies as well as for certain non-project levies. Water Code 9140 requires that the LMA report annually to DWR, and 9141 requires that DWR in turn report that information to the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. The intent is to obtain information beyond what is observed by DWR inspectors. So we are looking for the local operators' perspective on their problems with the levees and their priorities for levee maintenance, in addition to information on the costs. So next slide, please. There are 5 parts to the information we request from LMAs. In part 1, we ask for information that is relevant to the levee's condition or performance, such as vegetation issues, encroachment, sediment accumulation, and berm erosion. In part 2, we ask for information relevant to levee integrity and known conditions that might impair or compromise the level of flood protection provided by the levee, such as seepage, boils, boreholes, levee erosion, levee instability, cracks, or other kind of deficiencies. In part 3, we ask for summary of maintenance performed during the previous fiscal year, along with the associated cost for that maintenance. This is also the part in which LMAs have the opportunity to provide responses to DWR inspection items, which the DWR levee inspectors see during the next inspection cycle. In part 4, we ask for a list of maintenance activities planned for the current fiscal year, as well as the estimated cost for operation and maintenance of the levee in the current fiscal year. And finally, in part 5, we ask for supporting information and any other readily available information that is in the record of LMA relevant to the condition or maintenance of the levee. So LMAs are required to submit the 5-part reporting to DWR by the end of September each year. So next slide, please. This year, 97% of the 106 geographical levied areas that are required to report submitted the report to DWR. Every one of those LMAs that submitted provided the complete reports by the responding to all 5 parts of the reporting program. The remaining areas were simply not submitted to DWR by the responsible LMAs. This is somewhat typical over the most of the last 5 years. There is one area that consistently doesn't report because it doesn't have an LMA. The other areas that do not report seem to fluctuate from one LMA to another LMA each year. So next slide, please. For those areas that did submit reports, we can use part 3 of that 5 parts to provide a summary of maintenance activities performed during the previous fiscal year and planned for this year. As in previous years, vegetation control was the dominant activity, followed by rodent control, levee repair, levee crown maintenance, and encroachment control. To be clear, this chart shows the percentage of areas that indicate they would perform these activities. It's not an indicator of how much budget is spent on those activities. So next slide, please. Because budget vary from LMA to LMA and how much they spend on each activity varies year to year, it can be difficult to generalize the LMA's spending. However, using data submitted by LMAs in parts 3 and 4, the program was able to calculate the average percentage of budget that the LMAs are spending on each key activity. This chart shows average percentage of budget spent for fiscal years 2020 to 2022 and shows the planned average percentage of budget for the fiscal year 2023. For the years shown, the largest average percentage of budget spent was on vegetation management, and it's about between 34 to 50%. The second largest average percentage of budget was spent in the other category at between 15 to 33%. The other category consists of miscellaneous costs not directly associated with the maintenance, such as administrative, equipment, inspections, engineering, and insurance costs. All the other maintenance activities appear to be receiving on average less than 10% of LMA's budget over the last 3 years. Other budget information specific to each LMA, including the cost per levy mile, is provided in the summary profiles in Appendix A, Appendix B, and Appendix C of the report you have. Next slide, please. USEP program. Now I would like to provide an update on the Utility Crossing Inspection Program, or USEP for short. I will briefly discuss the background of this program, including the current 5-year inspection cycle. Then I will explain the rating that USEP applies to each inspected pipe. And then I will share the results of this year's inspections. So next slide, please. The USEP program was created to identify and inspect all the utility crossing passings through the SPFC levees in both Sacramento and San Joaquin River flood control projects. The first phase of this program, which was called the desk study, identified and documented utility crossing within the system. The desk study gathered this data from O&M manuals, as-built, levy logs, permits, and other records, and when originally finished in 2012, contained approximately 7,500 utility crossings. Of those crossings, about 34% were identified as drainage pipes,
31% as irrigation pipes, and the remaining 35% were other types of crossings, such as electric car conduits, pressurized gas line, drinking water lines, sewer lines, and communication conduits. After identifying these crossings during the desk study, inspectors began the field verification and inspection phase. Next slide, please. Okay. The inspection phase started in 2012, and it took 4 years for 4 fully timed staff to inspect all those 7,500 pipes. After completing the first round of inspections in 2015, the program continued to improve its data, perform targeted inspections, and research additional crossings. In 2019, the program started a new 5-year inspection cycle, targeting the inspection of 20% of the pipes in the system each year. Each year, after the field inspection work is completed, a more detailed review of the inspection record is performed. Each record is reviewed and adjusted to meet the current standards of the USEP records. During this process, new records are created to account for pipes that were replaced in kind and for other administrative reasons. As a result, the total number of records in the database grows each year, and currently it's about 8,000 records. After 4 years of inspection, the team has inspected over 7,300 crossings and is on track to complete the 5-year cycle in 2023. Next slide, please. Okay. Pipe inspectors use a slightly different rating system than that is used by the levy inspectors. USEP rates pipes as either urgent or non-urgent or no action needed. Urgent pipes are those with a severe pipe integrity or levee integrity issues, such as pipes with corrosion holes, missing or broken flap gates, or leaks causing erosion of the levee prism. Non-urgent pipes ratings are for pipes with less severe issues, like missing appurtenances or minor leaks. The non-urgent rating is also being used to identify pipes with non-integrity issues. This could be for a missing permit or for some other administrative reasons that USEP is tracking. No action needed ratings are for pipes that the team didn't find any issues with. Before being included in the levy inspection reports, the USEP ratings are converted into the standard levy inspection rating, which are acceptable, minimally acceptable, and unacceptable. So next slide, please. Okay, this is. In 2022, USEP was able to inspect 2,100 pipes within the LMAs identified on this slide. Final result for 2022 show that those 2,100 pipes, 7% of them were rated as urgent, 59% of them were rated as non-urgent, and 34% were rated as no action needed. So could you go to the next slide, please? And since its start in 2012, USEP has inspected or reviewed every known pipe within the system and assigned it a rating. Including this year's result, we see that 6% of the pipes in the system are rated as urgent, 60% are rated as non-urgent, and 34% are rated as no action needed. This is the end of my portion of presentation, so I'm open to questions or comments. Question?
Thank you.
Board member?
Just would say that I assume the second round that's going to start in '24 will show the progress that's been made on changing the yellow and red to green, right?
I think the fourth round starts in 2024.
Oh,
Because we start in 12, 15, 19, so 24 going to be a fourth round parade.
but we're ahead of schedule, right?
This year we are ahead of a schedule. Yeah, we inspected a little more than 20% each year, so we have like a 700, 800 for 2023 to finish this cycle.
That's too bad. I mean, we did 2,000 last year, right?
I think we did 2,000.
And now we're going to cut it to 500?
I think the first 4 years we each year did more than 1,500 a year. So for the fifth year, we have less than 1,500 to inspect to finish the cycle.
We front-loaded it.
Yeah.
We'll keep up the pace. We don't want to lose this effort.
So thank you very much. So I pass
Thank
this
you.
to.
That was
Nate.
Board Member Countryman's questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Countryman, we update, so as we get information from like DMP, when they make corrections to pipes, we're updating that throughout the year, anytime we get updates. So that USIP data does reflect that.
So the green that we see there includes ones that have been fixed.
As best as we have the data for it, we will update those. So if we know it's been fixed, then it's updated.
And who does DWR give that feedback? How do we get the feedback on what's been repaired?
So, well, right now, I think our biggest contributor to that is the deferred maintenance programs, pipe inspection and refurbishment that they're doing. So they're providing us with a lot of great repairs, and we're including those in this data.
Okay.
Mr. Wiley. Oh, Board Member Bosler.
I just have one kind of big picture takeaway question. So there's a statement on page 11 that says that over the last 5 years, the system has fluctuated slightly year to year with about 50% of miles being deficient, 50% of the miles, but now it's 27%. So I was just wondering, this year it's 27%. So what's the biggest factor that's improved that? Is that bond money or federal money or?
Ryan, if you can go to slide.
System repair.
Which slide was that? Do you know what slide that was you're talking about? 'Cause
Oh, I'm actually looking at the actual report. 'Cause I
Looking at the
didn't have the
report.
Slides.
It would be,
It's specifically around the levy miles and like what's deemed
Like-
acceptable or almost acceptable as opposed to unacceptable. So at some point in the last 5 years, it was half the system levies were unacceptable, but now there's only a quarter of them or a little more than a quarter that are unacceptable. So that's a huge improvement, even in 5 years. I'm just wondering.
Ryan, could you go to slide 14? This is the slide. So I think this next year will be very telling on why we've had such a decrease in vegetation issues. I suspect it has something to do with the drought. And that this next year, we may see with all this rain we've had, we may see an increase in that. So.
This change was vegetation.
So you look at, I know there's been a lot of crown surface work that's been done over the last several years. But if you look at the other components that add up those top pieces, erosion, animal control, encroachments, trim thin trees, there hasn't been a much of a change in those issue percentages. So it's largely that vegetation.
I guess the answer is effort in some way. We'll figure out who paid for it, who did it. But in this case, the effort came about because everything dried up.
Yeah, I'd love to say that the LMAs are increasing their efforts on vegetation management, and that may be the fact.
Yep.
But I think this next year let's figure that out.
Yep.
President Jones, sorry, just on that point, I just want to clarify something as
Member
well.
Ramirez, yes.
It's not related to the fact that the Corps modified the way that they incorporate the vegetation in their inspection programs, right?
No.
Okay, so I didn't think so, because they moved it from one area to the other, right? So they're still monitoring it, but it no longer has the same level of impact
It
on.
doesn't impact their active or inactive.
Right, so
status.
this is not capturing that change. This is, okay, something else. Thank you.
Member Grego?
So I appreciate all the information in this inspection reports. And my question is this, based on levee maintenance, channel maintenance, and structural maintenance, and what occurred during this January storms, can you point directly to these failures in either levee or structure or channel and say the inspections actually anticipated this?
So I think a lot of our state plan of flood control levees didn't see that high water that we were talking about with our response over the last 3 weeks. So I would say there was one really great example that Shane Swartz had up there for Lower San Joaquin, where that was identified previously. I think the FSRP program had it as a project to do in the upcoming year. And during this event, they had to take emergency action to address it. So yes, there was at least that one great example of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, good point. I think it has a lot to do with the age and quality of the system as well, whether it fails or not.
I ask one more
Member,
question?
yes, Member Countryman.
Getting back to the pipes. When we start the second round, it seems like we won't need to inspect the ones that have been currently brought up to date. And we could focus our attention on the ones that aren't up to date. I'm trying to speed the cycle up of getting these things worked. Something seems wrong to me that we're expecting 2,000 and then because it's the 4 or 5 year cycle, we cut to 500. I don't think that meets our need. I think we should, if we have the capability, we should keep going until we get all the unacceptable ones taken care of.
Right. I think this year in particular, we're taking a pause to finish what we've been doing every year, which is massaging that data and bringing it up to the current standard that Kaveh was talking about. So because we have that room this year, we're going to take that pause and finish cleaning up our data and focus on that so that as we move forward, we will continue to maximize the number of pipes that we inspect each year.
So yeah, this is just to get everything in order and then continue on.
Right. So if we can do it on a 4-year cycle, we will do that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Feel better.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for pushing that. Thank you for clarifying that. The work doesn't stop. It's being refined. Board members? Audience? Hands up.
All right. We did go.
Mr. Wiley, anything else? How many more slides do you have? That's what I was asking. This is how many more? Learn that.
Maybe 3.
3?
3 more slides. But I'm going to talk a lot for 3 slides.
You're going to talk a lot. Okay, well, I always like to know that. Not that I never do. Please go.
One more, Ryan. Thank you. All right. Now that we've provided the results of our main programs, I'd like to highlight some of the other activities that we've been doing in our section. So for many years now, our inspection section staff has been collecting imagery of our state plan of flood control levees, and we now have the capability to do a virtual site visit at just about any location on our state plan of flood control levees.
You're doing this with a drone?
We're doing this with a 360 camera that's mounted on top of our vehicles.
So you look like Google.
We look like, yeah, that was the idea. Get the same kind of imagery that they have on the levees.
Okay.
So most of our imagery at this point is about 4 years old. So we're starting to go out and collect newer imagery, and we expect that we'll have that done on about a 5-year cycle. Another activity that we're collaborating with the board on is the permitting program. our inspectors are working with board staff to ensure that active construction sites and projects are complying with the conditions associated with the permits, and that board databases are updated with accurate locations and information for existing encroachments. We're also now leading the effort to improve flood fighting skills and capabilities throughout the state. This year, our inspectors, along with the Flood Operations Center staff, taught 27 flood fight training courses to as many as 500 participants. In 2022, our section staff were not called to respond to any major flood events, but as we saw very recently during these high waters, they are well-trained and ready to respond. And I got to elaborate on that a little bit. Over the last 3 weeks, our staff, we have 18 folks in our section. We were all activated for the whole period. And Mike and Sterling's staff were our flood fight specialists, along with some of the board staff that provided support for that effort. And they were out in the field, leading these flood fight efforts, in some cases, providing technical assistance and consulting with the locals on DOE contracts and other fixes during this high water event. So in the fall of 2022, our staff responded to multiple post-fire recovery efforts as well. They provided technical assistance to Conservation Corps crews on erosion and sediment control measures, and that helped to reduce toxic materials that had potential to enter our streams and waterways. In all, our staff responded to 4 post-fire recovery efforts, one in Mariposa County, one in Siskiyou County, and El Dorado and Placer counties as well. And like every year, we continue to participate in coordination meetings. We participate with the Corps, the board, local maintaining agencies, and others to help ensure that we've got good communication and coordination at all those different levels. And we're continuously updating our levee logs. So whenever we're out doing permit work, we're updating our levee log to reflect new structures and installations that are out there on our levees. And we're working to make sure that our levee logs are up to date and available online throughout the year. Next slide, please. Looking forward, our staff will continue to improve the quality of the LMA reporting that we're receiving from each LMA. CAVE is going to focus on that this year particularly. And we'll continue to update levee logs, document new encroachments as they're built, and make sure that those updated levee logs are available. And we'll continue to innovate. We've been saying for a while that we're going to start a drone program. Well, we have the drones now. Now we just need to, get enough break from our flood fighting and other activities to get that program moving. So that this year, I think we're going to focus on that. And we'll also continue to use Arc Collector and look for more ways to apply that to what we do, which is basically a field collection device on your phone that allows inspectors to see data and update data from their phone. And as always, we'll be ready to respond to floods and other emergencies as they arise.
Yes, we will. Thank you.
So that concludes our presentation. I'd like to thank the board for this opportunity to share the results of our inspections and to showcase some of our other activities. And I'd also like to thank our staff who worked throughout the year to produce this great report. And
Yeah, no, it's a lot of work. Amazing. Member Johnson.
I do. At great risk of drawing displeasure from our president for keeping us for our break. I do actually have a couple of questions, and they're both general questions that go toward how the information is used. And so, we'll start with you, but there may be board staff who would like to comment also. These inspections turn up quite a few places that with a U for, that are unacceptable or in some cases urgent.
I know there are different types of unacceptable, right? Like not all unacceptable is the same. Some might be more unacceptable than others. Certainly some locations have greater consequences for failure than others. And so you've got a system for prioritizing those and communication back to the people that it would be. Sometimes I'm guessing, LMA communication or another part of DWR, or if it's a third party encroachment, maybe back to our staff, for enforcement referral and their information. And so I'm wondering if you can just say a little bit more about how that works in practice, how that feedback loop generates future activity and work and helps us focus the work, just how it's used.
All right, thank you for that question. So I think our first line there is after our levee inspectors are done with their inspections, they provide a draft copy directly to the LMA. And hopefully that LMA had a participant in the inspection. They rode in the vehicle. They saw the issues that were being identified. So they have that in hand when we're done with the inspection. The next step is review by other DWR programs that utilize our data as sort of input to their grant programs. FSRP is one program that Flood Maintenance Group uses our data, and then they assess it. They determine things that might be eligible in their FSRP program. That leads to funding. I think Lower San Joaquin Levee District's issue that they had this year, that was probably a result of that review and inclusion in their program. Encroachment items, when our staff are out there in the field, if they see something actively being constructed and they know there's no permit, they'll contact board staff and move through an enforcement action very quickly. Longer term, things that have been on the list, I think a good example of how that's being used is the P3. I think you're maybe familiar with P3, which is the prioritization of pipes and the enforcement of those. And so the enforcement section, I think, has been taking action on pipes based on our data. And we've seen a lot of good movement there. So those are some examples of how the data is being used.
Thank you. I said I had two, but I think I'll stop with that one.
You can keep going.
I
if you
appreciate that.
want.
That was helpful.
You have some more, Member Johnson? I don't see anyone in the audience? People say I have a vocal that indicates you're not supposed to talk. Mr. Delazar knows about that. No, it's fine. Thank you very much. That's, it is so important. So we appreciate it. And we've got lots of reading to do as well. Lots of work together.
Thank you.
Board Member Ramirez is going to be good. Yeah, it is good. I like all the graphics too. Yeah. Thank you, gentlemen. It's 12:48 by my clock. Poor Mike Velazzo. Can you do this in 5 minutes? And then we take a lunch break? No, you can't. So I can't make you talk at 90 miles an hour again. No? All right. Board members, you want to take 45 minutes for lunch and then finish the agenda? You want to spend how long? 10, 15 minutes or 15 minutes with Mr. Zalazzo? Okay. We're going to break for 45 minutes and then we'll return for the rest of the agenda. Adjourn, 45 minutes. Dawn, 45 minutes.
too loud, I'll not be quiet. Did you really? Okay, good.
1 minute. Stand on the floor.
It's quite as cold as it was.
I think it's colder.
Do you?
I'd put this on, but I like being a little bit higher.
Okay.
Plus it's a.
It's a little softer.
Yeah, that's-
Yep. Warm.
So does.
Gambles. C. This one.
Are we ready? I'm signaling our audio visual folks. We're okay. Welcome back. It's been 45 minutes.
At least.
Yeah, by my clock. But thank you for the break. Didn't seem like people wanted to just sit here. I did not. So the board is reconvening. We are at board items 10C to adopt a resolution, and we will hear information from Flood System Improvement Branch staff, Mike Zalazzo.
Good afternoon. Thank you, President Dolan. My name is Mike Salazzo. I'm a senior engineer with the Flood System Improvement Branch of the board. And I'm here excited to introduce today's topic, NC, which is the,
Yeah, just get closer to the mic. Maybe.
okay, which is the Lower Cache Creek, Yellow County Woodland and Vicinity Project Design Agreement and Local Design Agreement. I also have Vance Cave of the Department of Water Resources, who will be presenting the details and specifics of the project. Next slide, please. Before we get into the details, I just wanted to provide a overview of the board action that's being requested for today. The action is for the board to adopt resolution number 2023-01, the first one of the year, which approves the design agreement and local design agreement. The design agreement is with the non-federal and federal sponsors of the project. That's the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers on the federal side, and the board and the city of Woodland on the non-federal side. The local design agreement is strictly between the non-federal sponsors. In addition to approving the two agreements, the resolution finds the approval of the DA and the LDA is not a project pursuant to CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. We're also asking for the board to delegate the authority to sign the two agreements to the board president and to direct the executive officer to sign the self-certification and financial capability form, which we'll go into more detail later on in the presentation. Next slide, please. At this point, I will bring up Vance Cave to the dais to go through the details of the project. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Vance Cave. I'm the project manager for the state
Good afternoon.
for this project. And to start with, our partnerships are with the Corps of Engineers as a federal sponsor, City of Woodland, and Corps BWR of the non-federal sponsors. Next slide, please. To start with a little history, the Lower Cache Creek feasibility study started in 2011. Been going on for about a decade until 2021. The feasibility study was completed. The chief's report was signed. Also that year, Woodland completed their EIS/EIR, and the project was included within the Water Resources Development Act of 22. Moving on to last year, Congress appropriated some funding to begin the pre-construction and engineering design work for the project. I gave an informational on the project to the board, and I'm back in 23 recommending for approval. Next slide, please. Here, we're just showing the location of the project. The circle actually incorporates the feasibility study. It looked at that area. And the area is just northwest of Sacramento, right along Lower Cache Creek, where it connects to Yolo Bypass. Next slide, please. Here, we kind of drill down a little bit more into the recommended alternative from the feasibility study. It gives you 5.6 miles of new levee with seepage berms, 2.3 miles of improved levee, 1.7 miles of rock slope protection, 5.6 miles of drainage canal, and about a half mile of inlet weir and levee degrade. And you also might notice in the lower right there, we have outlets from the Cache Creek settling basin into the Yolo Bypass. Next slide, please. Here we talk about the total project funding. The total project cost is approximately $320 million, with Army Corps share of $208 million, a state share of $79 million, and a local share of $33 million. This follows the standard 65-35 federal, non-federal split and 70%, 30% state local split. Next slide, please. Oh. Here we are. Now we're at the design budget, which we are looking at today for the design agreement. The total cost of the design is estimated at $7.6 million, with Army Corps share at $5 million, the state share at $1.8 million, and the city share at $800,000. Also following the standard 65-35 split between the federal and non-federal, and the 70-30 between the state and the local. Next slide, please. Getting into the design agreement itself, it is a Army Corps model agreement with model language, and it will be a three-party agreement between the Corps and the non-federal sponsors, which is the board and the city of Woodland. Next slide, please. The local design agreement is also a model language document that delays the split of 70-30 between the city and the state. It also delineates the responsibilities for environmental and CEQA, where the city of Woodland will be the lead CEQA agency. Next slide, please. This is a CEQA analysis, which has found that the project is not, that CEQA has found it's not a project for the action of the DA and the LDA. But the city has already filed its EIS with the state clearinghouse, and the Corps has, as the NEPA lead, has done their final environmental impact report for the project. Next slide, please. The next steps here is approval of the DA and LDA by the board, followed by the Army Corps' approval process, which I'll talk about in the next slide. Assuming that all goes to plan, we hope to be in design by April of this year, and the design has about a 2-year estimated completion date. Next slide, please. And here we talk about the design agreement processes, which is new, what the Army Corps is doing. Both the non-federal sponsors and the Corps have fully reviewed the DA and the LDA. Once the project is approved here today, we will take the financial certifications, the self-certs, put them in their package. That package goes to their district. District completes their review. And when that's complete, they'll notify us. And in about 6 weeks, we'll have a signing ceremony for the documents. Next slide, please. And we are back to Mike.
Thank you, Vance. Just wanted to close out today's presentation with the requested board action again. Board staff is requesting the board to adopt Resolution 2023-01, which approves the design agreement, local design agreement, finds that approval is not part of the, not a project under CEQA, delegates the authority to sign the design agreements to the board president, and directs the executive officer to sign the self-certification form so that the design agreement can go through the Army Corps process, and then we can initiate the 2-year design window, as Vance had just mentioned. At this point, we have a representative from the city of Woodland. His name is the city manager, Ken Hyatt, who would like to make a few comments on this project. Ken, he's attending virtually. He's not? No. Okay, so in Ken's place, we have Tim Bush from City of Woodland Utility Engineering. Mr. Bush, would you like to come up?
Hi, thank you. Sorry about the little mix-up. Our city manager intended to be here today, but he got called away to another meeting. My name is Tim Bush. I'm the principal utilities engineer for the city of Woodland. I've been involved in this project myself for the past 10 years. We are very happy to see it get to this point, and thank you to the board and to GWR for your consideration of this item today. The Woodland City Management and our City Council have wholeheartedly supported this whole process, and we are looking forward to moving forward. Thank you.
Mr. Bush, we're happy you're here. We also understand sometimes local and state officials get called in different directions. So thank you for coming and saying that. We do want to support this along with you.
Thank you.
Assuming the board adopts a resolution, of course.
Right, and then the last thing I wanted to say is both Vance and I are available for questions. If you have any questions, we can try to answer those. I can also rely on the City of Woodland representatives to answer any of those questions specific to the project. And that concludes today's presentation. If you go to the next slide, you'll have our contact information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You said you couldn't do that in 5 minutes and you did, so I appreciate that. Board members have questions or comments? To my right? To my Member Countryman, before I do that, I just wanted to acknowledge we do have an MTC. Board Member Bosler needed to leave for a funeral. Not hers, not a family member, but someone close. And of course, there are priorities, right, Mr. Bush? Countryman.
I was befuddled by this project. And the information that you provided said that the court had ruled that the city could not participate in the project. Am I right?
Not any longer.
I'm going to call up either Tim Bush or Vance Cave. May be able to answer that question.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Bush.
Hello again. Yes, the city is able and is participating in the process as a federal sponsor.
Excuse me, I didn't understand your answer.
Yes, the city is eligible to participate as a sponsor, and we are in fact a non-federal sponsor on the project.
So there's no legal impediment to the city being involved with the project?
Correct.
There were some legal matters going on, but the court has put a stay on those and so that this can proceed.
Yes, exactly correct.
Yes, I don't.
I think that's all we want. I think that's all we want on our record. Thank you. Member Ramirez. It sounded like Member Johnson. You two like
I could say that, but that would be not accurate.
Member Ramirez.
Thank you, President Dolan. Could just clarify the costs for the state? I'm reading the agreement and there's numbers in it, but some of the numbers are different. And in one of the places, there's just X's and there aren't numbers. So since we're the non-federal sponsor, right? So can you just make sure, I want to understand how much money the state is providing. That's what I'm looking for.
For the design, I believe it's $108 million.
108 million?
Yeah.
Of state money.
No. Oh, 1.8, sorry.
That sounds better.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a second.
Oh, so it's a decimal point one where the other? Okay.
Right.
Got it.
Okay. You said 1.8, right?
1.8.
Right. Okay, and that's money the state has in its budget someplace, and if you can tell me where the money is.
The total budget for the design is 7.6 million. 5 million is coming from the Corps of Engineers.
Right.
1.8 from the state.
Right.
And 800,000 from the city of Woodland.
Got it. And our money is general fund, bond funding?
General fund.
General fund, okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions?
I thought you came back up to elaborate, but not. Any other questions, board members? Anyone in the room? No? Any hands up? No? Is the board ready to take action? Which would be to adopt resolution 2023-01. That resolution approves 2 design agreements. One between the board and the Army Corps of Engineers, one between the board and the city of Woodland.
I'll go ahead and make the motion for the recommended action.
Motion by member Grego. Is there a second? Got a shy board. President's not supposed to second. Second by member Johnson. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Jones, are you ready to call the roll?
Board Member Bosler is absent. Board Member Grego.
Yes.
Board Member Ramirez. Aye. Board Member Countryman. Secretary Johnson.
I'm going to abstain.
Board Member Countryman has abstained. Vice President Valines is absent. President Dolan.
Yes.
And I'm an aye also.
Did we ask member Ramirez? We did? Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, the vote is 4 in favor. No against, 1 abstain, 2 absent. So that's 4-3. Passes. It passes with 4 votes. I was just doing my math.
Thank you.
The vote passes. We have 2 who are not here because of family issues. So that caused the problem this afternoon. Well, we did just fine. Thank you for being here, sir. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your 5 minutes. I made it longer. All right. What happened to my pages? Am I? No, where am I? We're on D, 10D. Yeah, that vote kind of discombobbled me, but I'm okay now. 10D, this is a action item regarding the Sacramento River East Levee Contract Number 4 and actually a voluntary agreement on the enforcement matter. So good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, President Dolan, members of the board. I'm Karina Castro. I am board staff at the Sacramento Levee section, and as you mentioned, I'll be covering agenda item 10D for the encroachment removal agreement associated with enforcement case number 2022-1055. Oh, are you having trouble? The respondents for this case are Eagle Propco 4 LLC, who are the owners of the property being discussed, as well as, are there any issues? As well as Weston Hotel, Urban Commons Riverside Boulevard A LLC, and Scott Sacramento River Inc.
Keep going.
Okay, perfect. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the staff recommended action for this agenda item is that the board approve the encroachment removal agreement and that the board authorize the executive officer to sign the encroachment removal agreement dated December 23rd, 2022. Next slide. Thank you. I will start by, so this enforcement item was covered in the previous board meeting. However, I will be providing a brief recapping, starting with the location of the encroachments, which is at 4800 Riverside Boulevard. This is located in the Little Pocket, or on the northern portion of the Little Pocket in the city of Sacramento, just west of Interstate 5 as shown here. Next slide. This site is the location of the Sacramento River East Levee project, more specifically Contract 4 for seepage and stability. It is a portion of the larger American River Common Features 2016 project. There are a total of 14 known impacted encroachments at this location, and all 14 of these encroachments are located within the Sacramento and San Joaquin Drainage District easement. Next slide. Thank you. Board staff has been in contact with the respondents since June of 2022 to try and address removal of the impacted encroachments. A consensus between the respondents and the project partners was not met in a timely fashion, and so the board pursued enforcement action. A cease and desist order was issued on November 10th, 2022. No corrective action was taken by the respondents in the timeframe required, and so the CDO was brought to the board meeting on December 16, 2022, where the board affirmed the CDO. Next slide. With the affirmation of the CDO, the respondent was required to take one of 2 corrective actions. The first option was that the respondents provide written assurance that the impacted encroachments would be removed prior to February 1st, 2023. This option also required that the respondents provide a plan and schedule to be reviewed and approved by board staff prior to implementation. The second option was that the respondents execute the encroachment removal agreement, which I'll be referring to as agreement, provided by board staff, and the respondents chose to go with the second of these 2 options. Next slide, please. I will be providing a bit of information on the agreement. So this was provided by board staff on November 3rd, 2022 to the respondents. The intent of this agreement was first and foremost to ensure the encroachments were removed in a timely manner, but also to document which encroachments would be removed by the owner and which would require U.S. Army Corps of Engineer removal. That is, the agreement indicated each of the 14 known encroachments as its own item and allowed the owner to choose whether they would be removing this item themselves by February 1st, 2023, or whether the item would require U.S. Army Corps of Engineer removal. And this was to provide the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and their contractors with time to properly account for the scope of their involvement in terms of encroachment removal efforts, as well as allowing the owner to remove and reserve any items for alternate or future use. Next slide. Thank you. On December 27th, 2022, board staff received a digital copy of the agreement signed by the owner. In this agreement, the owner indicated, or they marked all 14 of the items as owner to remove by February 1st, 2023, indicating that U.S. Army Corps of Engineer removal would not be required for any of the items. Next slide. And here I wanted to highlight item 2 of the agreement, or an extract of item 2, which reads, to ensure there is no delay to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers project construction schedule, removal work performed by the owner can commence without board approval, so long as the removal work is completed by February 1st, 2023. If the removal work is not completed by February 1st, 2023, the owner agrees to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers removal and disposal of the remaining encroachments within the construction footprint. And I wanted to highlight this for 2 reasons. The first being that there appears to be very limited time between today, January 27th, and the February 1st removal deadline. However, since board approval is not required to start the removal work, the owner had closer to about a month to get these items removed between December 27th, which is when we received the signed agreement, and February 1st. The second reason is that in the event the owner does not complete removal work by February 1st, 2023, the owner does agree to have the remaining encroachments removed by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers so that construction can continue. Next slide. In terms of California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA analysis, board staff prepared the following determination. The proposed action consists of the board approving the encroachment removal agreement. Approving this agreement does not have the potential to result in either a direct physical change in the environment or a reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment, and thus is not a project for the purposes of the CEQA. And this references Public Resources Code Section 21065 and CEQA Guidelines Section 15378A. Next slide. And I wanted to conclude by again stating the staff recommendation that the board approve the encroachment removal agreement and that the board authorize the executive officer to sign the encroachment removal agreement dated December 23rd, 2022. Thank you, and please let me know if there are any questions.
Are there any questions, board members?
Yeah, I just want a clarification.
Member Grego?
So the owner is required to take all the encroachment items on the water side of the levee, is that correct, by February 1st? But work on that levee can't really commence until after the 15th of April, is that correct?
So they did have until the 1st of February. They indicated that they would remove the items themselves. I believe in attachment A of the staff report shows
Right.
the agreement, but yeah, they did mark all 14 as to be removed by the owner. And they did have until February 1st. But yeah, if there are any remaining items past that date, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers will be involved to assist with remaining items. Yeah.
Did that answer your question, Member Grego?
Yeah, I just.
Okay. It takes us a bit to hear you because you speak rapidly.
Yeah, I do.
Yes, yeah, we old people are trying to catch up. Okay, any questions in the audience? Comments, questions? Any hands raised? Okay, not there. I don't have any questions, just compliments. This was a challenging matter, difficult for both the property owner, but also challenging because this project is so necessary to protect lives and property, and it's been going on for a while. So that between December 16th and now, our staff put in a lot of effort to resolve this, and I appreciate that quite a bit. So thank you for your work. That was not so simple. Are we ready to take action, board? The recommendation is to approve the encroachment agreement, approve the findings in the staff report, and direct the executive officer to sign. Someone could say, so moved.
So moved.
Motion by
So moved.
Member Johnson, seconded by Member
I'll second.
Countryman. Okay. Still a little slow after lunch. All right, Master James, would you call the roll, please?
Board Member Bosler is absent. Board Member Griego,
Yes.
Board Member Ramirez. Aye. Board Member Countryman,
Yes.
Secretary Johnson,
Aye.
Vice President Valines is absent. President Dolan,
Yes. The yeses have it. That motion carries. 5 yes, no opposed, 2 are absent. Thank you. Now we'll move on to item 10F. Information. Oh, did I just skip E? It's like I was ready to go home. Sorry about that. E. What was I doing here? 10E. Thank you for coming up. 10, and it is a transfer, this is information for now, for expected action at a future board meeting. Explain the transfer of operation and maintenance responsibility for a few RDs, the San Joaquin River Tributaries Project. Dustin Sanowski, you're on.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Members of the board, good afternoon. Again, my name is Dustin Sanowski. I'm with the Flood System Improvement Branch, giving an informational briefing today on the transfer of O&M responsibility for the Lower San Joaquin River and Tributaries Project, also known as the Three Amigos. Next slide, please. So again, this is an informational briefing on a future board action to accept the O&M responsibilities for a supplement for Unit 12 that removes the 3 reclamation districts from the Lower San Joaquin River and Tributaries Project. There in the table there on the left, you'll see the reclamation districts that will be removed. Reclamation District 2099, 2100, and 2102. The one that will be remaining is Reclamation District 2101. Next month or in the future, there will be a board resolution and a transfer letter to the remaining reclamation district in the O&M manual. Next slide, please. So here's a project vicinity just south of Stockton, west of Modesto. You'll see the 3 reclamation districts, RD 2099, 2100, and 2102 there on the bottom. In between the Stanislaus River and the Tuolumne River on the San Joaquin River. The one remaining reclamation district will be Reclamation District 2101, just to the north. Next slide, please. So a little bit of background. This portion of the State Plan of Flood Control was authorized by the Flood Control Act of 1944, and it consisted of approximately 10.2 miles of levee. The responsibility for operations and maintenance was officially accepted by the State Reclamation Board by a letter dated December 28, 1966. RDs 2099, 2100, 2101, and 2102 are primarily farmed low-lying areas that were historically subject to occasional flooding. But in January of 1997, flooding caused extensive damage to the San Joaquin River, and along with 1 breach in 2099 and 2 breaches in RD 2100. So due to these extensive damage, on April 25th, 1997, the Reclamation Board, now the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, requested rehabilitation assistance using PL 8499 authority. Next slide, please. So the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers completed a portion of work under PL 8499 for emergency management activities, but did not make structural levee repairs. Instead, USACE performed a hydraulic analysis of the 3 RDs and decided to abandon them with board's approval by purchasing flowage easements to allow water to pass over the levees and degrade them over time. Next slide, please. So the O&M manual for Unit 12 originally included 10.2 miles of levee along the left bank of the San Joaquin River, as shown there in the table. The revised O&M manual will include approximately 3.2 miles of levee along the left bank of the San Joaquin River, with only RD 2101 remaining. Next slide, please. So O&M requirements for RD 2101 will continue in accordance with the O&M manual supplement, Unit 12, based on the letter of assurances provided by the board on December 21st, 1955 for the Lower San Joaquin River and Tributaries Project. Channel maintenance requirements within the Unit 12 are unchanged. Next slide, please. So next steps, board staff expects to present a resolution to the board for consideration at a future board meeting, which accepts the O&M manual supplement for Unit 12, transfers the O&M manual supplement for Unit 12 to the Reclamation District 2101, the one remaining Reclamation District, and delegates the executive officer to execute the transfer letter. My apologies, I forgot to put in a question slide. That's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd like to.
Well, thank you for that. Board members, any questions or comments?
One little one.
Member Countryman.
The channel maintenance, who's responsible for that?
Kind of an interesting question. I mean, 2101 will continue their area right now, but the remaining districts are part of California National Wildlife Refuge, and I believe that any maintenance would be performed by then. However, I highly doubt that.
It's the location of Three Amigos
Yes.
Restoration Project.
I just wasn't aware that there was a responsibility to maintain the channels. That's.
And as of now, from my understanding, those three reclamation districts, they haven't been maintaining the channels.
I wouldn't think
anyways.
so. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So it's almost as if, business as usual. This just basically documents that those three reclamation districts are no longer required to perform.
This discussion has been going on for quite a while. After the 97 flood, the determination was made that this needed to be restored. So it took a while for money, design, effort, put it in, and then a project called Three Amigos has been implemented. It is a restoration of wetlands and waterways. And then it was like, oh my gosh, what do you do with RDs that have this operation and maintenance that says put the levees back, when the whole purpose was to not have them. So finally it came to this. It's an unusual thing, and there will be others, because as we move to implement the plan and the goals and policies that are in that and the projects identified, we'll see something like this again, so we'll know what to do.
Thank you all.
That's just me.
No further questions?
Just one request.
Member
perhaps.
Ramirez?
Thank you, President Dolan. When it comes back, maybe just, I would ask for a little more background about, because there's a story here, obviously, with the flow easements, what the specifics are, who the responsible parties are. This only took 26 years, right? So I'm also looking for a little bit of insight as to what we've learned along the way that might make this different or quicker in the future. So I know that's over and above what we might be taking an action on, but if we could just talk to those things when it comes back for our consideration, that would appreciate it.
Yeah, I know that some of the easements, were purchased easily, others were not.
Right. Yeah, if we could just have a little more detail when it comes back, I think it'd be good for us just to be mindful of it so we could have that context and then also think about how it applies to other places. Thank you.
Thank you, President Dolan. Following on that, yes, just following Tim here, might even just ask the project partners if they want to take the opportunity to, when we'll be back before the board to talk a little bit about their experience in implementing this over the years and lessons learned, if that would be a good opportunity for them. I don't know that we need to demand it in order to take this action, but it could be, I consider at least in discussions with them, whether it's an opportunity to daylight and have some information back to our community and lessons learned and how this might be applicable. Take that under consideration anyway.
I'm hoping more than me makes those two comments, because the board members are requesting information or a request for when this comes back for action. Okay. You're going to remember, is that right? All right. I see someone jotting it down, so that's good too. Two people, actually. Okay. Any further questions? Anyone in the room? We've got some folks holding up the wall. That's nice. Any hands raised? Do we have anyone left?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, good. People still like us. All right, so do you think next month?
Sounds good.
Great, and I'll make sure I read the agenda item appropriately and don't skip you. Thank you for smiling. Nicely done. So I'm going to recall item F, which I did too quickly. Board item 10F is informational, an update from Wendy Wang of Flood Planning and Programs Branch on the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force, following up to a resolution the board enacted. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, President Dolan, and hello to all the members of the board. Again, my name is Wendy Wang. I'm a senior engineer with the Flood Planning and Programs Branch at the board. And today I will be going over the activities that we've completed and different things that the task force has looked into in the last year or so. Next slide.
No problem hearing her.
So a quick overview of what we'll be spending the next 10 minutes or so on. I wanted to take a moment to introduce all our task force members. So we'll go through and show everyone's beautiful faces and read off their names for you all. And next we'll dive into accomplishments and activities to give you a better feel for what's been going on in the last year. And ending our presentation here today with a list of recommendations that we think is good for moving forward and continuing the board DEI efforts. Next slide. So starting with DEI task force members. Next slide. We spent the end of 2021 assembling this fantastic task force of members and hosted our first kickoff meeting back in January of 2022. So within our task force, we actually have representation from every single division at the board, including a variety of classifications, a ton of diverse backgrounds, perspectives, and life experiences. As promised, I'm going to read off all the names because I think it's really valuable to acknowledge everyone that has been participating in this effort. And so, you know, the names to all the faces of everyone who's been pouring their hearts and their minds into this effort. Starting at the top left and moving right, we have Melissa Roberts. Next to her is Jillian Bency Woodward, Tony Agudo, me, Wendy Wang, Chavez de Augustine, Karina Castro, Ryan Jones, Catherine Baines, and in the second row, starting at the left as well, we have Detta Hunt, Jamie Silva, Christine Van Skyke, Zubair Dosu, Wendy Valdez, Preston Shotbell, Jenny Tu, and last but not least, Amber Wartink.
Not least.
Definitely not least. Amber is very valuable to the huge effort we've been undertaking. So just a gigantic thank you to all the members of the task force for all your hard work and dedication, but the energy that everyone brings really fuels me as we continue on in the effort. And I hope that everyone will continue to bring the same positive energy and enthusiasm that they have so far. Next slide.
Peter.
Now that you know all who are participating, I wanted to dive into a little bit of the activities and accomplishments that we've done over the last year. Next slide. So starting back at the beginning, November of 2021, it almost feels like a lifetime ago, and yet it feels like yesterday. At the November 2021 board meeting, as you might recall, we passed resolution 2021-15. So as our dear President Dolan stated, it's an aspirational resolution. This was an aspirational resolution that declared our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and really, formally kicked off our task force. Quick summary of what it states. It states that all people deserve equitable flood protection and access to risk reduction. That we as an agency need to reflect the diverse communities that we serve. And finally, that DEI inspires diversity of thought. It fosters greater empathy, and that allows us to better serve the citizens of California's Central Valley through increased innovation, creativity, as well as collaboration. So following this resolution, we assembled the DEI task force that I introduced you all to earlier and began digging into a wide variety of topics and activities. Next slide. So first and foremost, we did a lot of research over the last year. We wanted to dig into all the existing resources out there and see what out there can we collaborate with or leverage so we're not reinventing the wheel. Like, how can we do things more efficiently? And we actually did find a lot of opportunities and exciting ideas. I'm going to share a few of them with you, and this definitely doesn't encompass everything that we found. There's the California Natural Resources Agency, JEDI, which stands for Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Roundtable. They meet quarterly, and it includes a representation from a lot of different agencies within the CNRA family. And they also have an Environmental Justice Roundtable, or EJ for short. Both JEDI and EJ, I think, are two acronyms you'll be seeing more and more of as we move forward. There's also the CNRA Career Center right here in this building that we're sitting in. I believe they have a lot of different resources for helping folks that maybe aren't quite familiar or have experience with the state application process and just how do you navigate that. But offering a lot of different things to help those who might not be able to just stop their lives, right, to do applications. I believe there's things such as childcare in the building for folks who want to go get assistance with job applications while having some support. There's also a large number of CNRA-sponsored events that promote cultural competency. We noticed several throughout the year, and we wanted to see moving forward if there's a way we can put some staff time and effort into being more in the planning part of these events, not just the participation side of things. But things like Pride Month, Native American Day, Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month, as well as Latin Heritage Month. We also found a variety of career fairs at local colleges and universities that might help with a little bit of increasing the diversity of job applications received. And lastly, there are a lot of training opportunities. For example, CCOR, which stands for the Capital Collaborative on Race and Equity. That's a training program that takes cohorts of agencies to learn about, plan for, and implement activities that help embed racial equity approaches into institutional culture, policies, as well as practices. Next slide. In addition to research, our DEI task force members also started doing a lot of DEI training. So we figured the best way is to start educating ourselves. And we took advantage of one of the free resources out there, which is the LinkedIn training. DWR had put together 2 different LinkedIn training tracks for diversity, equity, inclusion. One for non-supervisory employees that you can see on screen, and then there is another one specifically for supervisors and managers. And so far, this has proven to be an incredible resource. And overall, I would think a really great primer just to get us all on the same page, speaking the same language with the same vocabulary and understanding. Topics included things like cultivating cultural competence and inclusion, unconscious bias, empathy at work, being an upstander rather than a bystander, communicating with empathy, inclusive leadership, managing a diverse team, or managing multiple generations. Next slide. And after that, we also took another initial step of starting to educate the board staff. This one felt like low-hanging fruit because there are a lot of existing resources out there actually for DEI moments that we tapped into. And I think we've gone through most of the existing templates. We're starting to dive into some of our like self-staff created ones. We do DEI moments at every monthly staff meeting, and it's been a great opportunity to educate all of the board staff on different DEI topics. So not necessarily everyone has time to go through the DEI training on LinkedIn, but this is a good way to have a captive audience, at least for an hour and a half, where they have to listen to us. So far, we have covered topics such as what is DEI, psychological safety, inclusive body language, communicating across generations, unconscious bias, as well as microaggressions. And moving forward, as we continue on, we do plan to continue these DEI moments in all staff meetings, and if anyone ever has topic ideas, we are absolutely welcoming those. Next slide. Next up, we also have put together a proposed vision statement that the DEI task force would like to see in future strategic plans and work together with the board to make sure we get the language massage to a place where we're comfortable having it in on our website, public-facing websites, as well as different things such as our recruitment materials. And I'm going to read this proposed vision statement out loud real quick. It's short and sweet. So our vision here is to provide exceptional leadership, services, and accountability in flood risk reduction by creating an inclusive and equitable flood management system in California's Central Valley. We'll be touching on this a little more in our list of recommendations later. Next slide. And last one here in activities and accomplishments. So this wasn't quite one of our activities or accomplishments, but I felt it was worth noting that at the governor's level, they released Executive Order N-16-22 last September. And this directs state agencies to take critical actions on equity and discrimination. So under this order, state agencies are directed to start embedding policies and practices into our strategic plans in order to advance equity and opportunity for all. This will ultimately help address disparities in access and outcomes. And as a part of these efforts, we also need to incorporate more inclusive public engagement and data analysis. When I saw the release of this executive order, I was pretty excited actually, because it really validates that the work that we've been doing this last year on the DEI task force, it's headed in the right direction. I don't believe any of us have been talking to the governor directly, but we're all thinking along the same lines, right? We need to make sure that we're embedding this into everything that we do. Next slide. So that was a quick overview of our last year or so, wrapped up in a couple slides. And it all culminated into a list of recommendations. Next slide. We spent the last quarter of 2022 really compiling this list and finalizing it into something succinct that we can put forth in front of you all. So our first recommendation is to branch out a subgroup from the main DEI task force to focus more on flood system equity. And that would mean identifying a new DEI task force lead from our team here to continue the internal DEI discussions, a lot of what we've done in the last year. But now that we have things such as the CVFPB adopted, time to break off and have program staff really focus their time and attention on that. How do we push forward and start talking about flood system equity? The second one is to actively seek resources for training, recruitment, and public outreach and education. So I've shown you all the LinkedIn free training. How do we leverage things like that already exist, but also seek budget for other more intensive DEI training and activities? The C-Corps cohort training that I mentioned earlier, it does cost a fee. And so having the budget and the manpower to participate in that would be really valuable for us as an agency. And then lastly, also participating in diverse career fairs and DEI related events to overall increase the cultural competency and the capacity here at the board staff. Ultimately, we do need time and money for that. Third bullet on our list is to increase engagement both internally and externally. We'd like to engage more with DWR's Wave of Hope team to learn more about their DEI efforts and find ways that we can leverage existing efforts, but also ways to collaborate and help them. We'd also like to participate more in planning and attending a lot of those CNRA DEI events throughout the year. We want to look into how to evaluate equity gaps within our regulatory functions. It's not something we've really dug into yet, but again, requires committed time and funds. And also looking forward to engaging more with the CVFPB team at the DWR Division of Flood Management and other partners as well that contribute to the CVFPB. So how do we even begin discussing flood equity and flood protection, equal access to risk reduction? It's a big thing to tackle, and I think starting the conversations is very important. And last on our list here, as promised, we're going back to the vision statement that we proposed. The DEI task force would also like to see the proposed vision statement included in our next strategic plan update. And once that's the case, we can use it for things such as putting it onto our public website to publicly say we are committed to this, and also include in our recruitment materials. Next slide. And that is all I have for you today. I wanted to open it up for any questions.
Thank you for that. And I do agree with you that much of the update of the plan it focuses on these kinds of issues. And certainly a policy and a directive of equity was added to the flood system very specifically in our adoption of the plan. Comments from board members? I go to my right first. Did you know that? Member Ramirez.
You want to try mix it up and go to your left first, I'm happy to wait.
Yeah, I think you are to my right.
Okay. Thank you, President Dolan. Thank you. That's really great to see the group and the things you guys have come up with and that you've taken the initiative. I just have a thought to share. I don't want to call it even an idea. But it struck me when you were talking, I was thinking about the forum that President Dolan and I were part of last night. And the idea or suggestion is we have a hard time, I think, with all of our work that we do, you guys as staff and this is the board, because of the geographic extent of the valley and the communities that are there. It's big, it's super diverse, and we've tried to reach people on the planning side through these regional forums, right? Last night, we were invited to participate in a forum that folks in Stockton had sponsored, and I was really impressed and I might even say inspired with the diversity of the community groups that were participating in that forum. These are folks I had not seen before ever
Oh, wow.
in a flood forum. And I think it's because people locally organized it. And they spent a lot of time, they just weren't attending, they were presenting. And it might be something for you guys to think about because maybe there are people and groups like that in all of the regions. And maybe even building those bridges and just talking to each other would be another contribution to what you're doing, but also help tie some of this together in a way that might be useful for us to think about it at the plan level. It's hard to get your arms around, right? It's so big and where do you start?
Right.
So, I think we'd be happy to, if there's interest, to put folks in contact with the people that were there. Because it just struck a chord and the same chord was struck when you were talking just right now. So there's something there, I think. So I'd be happy to follow up, but I wanted to just toss that out there.
That sounds fantastic. Thank you.
I would help with that. It did occur to me last night, that there needed to be some way that others could see that because it was recorded, both video and audio. 2.5 hours, probably hard to bring that to a board meeting, but parts of that were, and the very young people, younger than you, and you're one of my young people, were indeed inspiring. So I've already made contact with them about trying to find some way to incorporate them into the outreach we do in the plan.
Yeah, in fact, that's a really good point. They actually just sent us a follow-up email. So I think maybe I'll just respond and I'll just put you on this copy list as our point of contact for this group and let you guys follow up.
That sounds perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me of that, President Dolan.
Artie and William.
Artie, yep.
William too. That was my favorite. Good. Anyone else? Member Grego?
Bravo.
Thank you.
Great work. And I'm inspired by what I heard today and just want to follow up, with those communities that struggle with flood control. And a lot of times it's an understanding of the issue, but it's also a language barrier. And I think being able to communicate to people in their own language about the reasons why we're looking at flood control, I mean, they live it, but we need to understand from their position. So I hope that having the ability to translate for those folks that are in the poorer sections of our state that really could use some flood protection and understanding about the system.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Board Member Johnson, I don't mean to skip you.
Okay.
I'm going to call on you every time. Member Johnson.
Careful. Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say thanks for coming back before us with the update, and thanks to you and all the folks who have joined in on the task force or supported in any way. Grateful for the work and recall being, the board was very happy to support this with the resolution when you came before us, and it's good to hear about how it's gone, and appreciate the update and don't feel like you have to have
a request for us or an action to bring it back for us to hear or through us to our constituents at the public meeting. Thank you.
Sounds good, thanks.
I would think that as we know of events that occur that are being sponsored by some entity of the state of California, we could figure out how to be involved. As an example, Native American Day does fall on a board day. Now that we know that, we can organize our board session so that we have a gap in there to participate. We were able to do it 2022 for about 25 minutes because we had a pretty lengthy agenda, but things like that, and to assist there. So maybe some progress reports, more than once a year.
Sounds good. Any other questions or comments?
I know after participating in groups like this for 30 years or so, how much effort it takes and diligence. And just want to thank you and your task force for putting in this effort to help us along the road. Thank you.
Anyone here? Is it entire? Is it our staff that's left here? With one attorney. I'm glad you're here. Peter Fiber, yes. Nice job there with that encroachment agreement. Same with you, Mr. Dua. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone online? Okay. I'm sure you don't want me to prolong this meeting any longer, so I won't. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
We are nearing the end, however. Is that right? Did I get the numbers right? We took F. The one that's next is an indication that we've received reports on board administration. Is that right? Did we get one? Somehow I missed that one. Operations branch, flood system improvement branch, environmental services and land management branch, flood planning and programs branch. We're not going to read them all. Got a little busy here with flood, but I do want to remind you all that I'm going to pick one of these and you are going to do a very interactive, pleasant PowerPoint and discussion of your branch. I just don't know when. And you don't get 32 slides like other people have done. Do we have any board comments or committee updates? Nope, nope.
Board
have one?
comments. Yeah, under board comments.
Yes, Member Grego.
So it's been expressed today about their appreciation, or the board's appreciation for, the state, WDR, and in our staff. And I want to echo those sentiments as well. But I also want to recognize local government, special districts, firefighters, wastewater treatment facilities. They had to work around the clock, in order to process all that water. And I just want to acknowledge them because I think they're all part of what we are trying to do is, keep us in a safe environment. I had the opportunity to go with Patrick Meager from 784. There was a break in the system, so I asked him if he had a minute to show me how the system was running. And, being very familiar with the system because of Three Rivers and the work that I did there, I wanted to see how some of the new improvements, like on the Bear River, how those were going. And so I was really inspired. As much water as we had, like most jurisdictions out there, I was proud to see that the system was running perfectly. And it's these types of events that we get to see the fruits of the labor of flood control agencies out there, to see how they're doing and how that system is working. Of course, the public panics when they see this kind of volume of water. I mean, we've had years of drought, and so watching the water come up the ditches and, exceeding some of the creeks, my position as an owner of a business, I have that contact with the local people and to assure them that the system is running good. My hope is to be able to go across the river, Sutter County, and take a look at what they're doing over there as well. So I like to see it firsthand. That's how I operate. And of course, any board member that would like to go with me and see the system and how it's going, you're more than welcome to come. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Well, as we look forward to field trips, you might have some more ideas, Member Grego. Well, there you go. There you go. I do know that we are still working, we being Ruth Darling and staff, myself and Member Johnson, to find a schedule for the advisory committee. And I want to tell you at the next meeting, the president's liaison recommendations and the charter for the coordinating committee and the charter for advisory committee will be on the agenda. Those do need to be renewed for our resolution and our desire to continue those valuable committees. So that's my report. Okay, upcoming board meetings. Coordinating committee will meet February 22nd. The coordinating committee is really trying to do the hybrid. It's just a little difficult to find a rent-free location for the in-person, but I think we did all right this week. There was really robust involvement. People were very happy to be back and talk to each other and brainstorm and have a discussion. And people in person were at the board office conference room, and then we had 60 something that logged in. So it was about 100 folks. Good discussion. We had determined that because of the workload and reassignments and getting things done, that a workshop of the board on February 10th will not occur, but we'll definitely have one in March, April, May, June. There's something there that we missed. So we missed the one because of the family floodplain management association. And then the next board meeting, February 24th. That meeting is to be at the Sacramento Council of Governments location. And then we'll talk about March and February. We are going to have a closed session. I'm going to announce that the first item that we will talk about is the considerations of appointment of the executive officer of the board. I do not anticipate any action on that. It is an update of the process. And then other items to discuss, Mr. Dewitt?
Okay, is this working? It's working. Yes, there are a couple of litigation matters that the board is involved in. First, the Liam Myers matter we'll be discussing, and the Sierra Northern Railway matter in closed session. Do not anticipate any action being reported out of those discussions.
All right, just in case something is brought up, let's also say item number 80, that there might be a discussion of potential litigation. There is no action reported of any of these. These are updates or input. That will be all. So the last time we called for the closed session, I let you all stay here and we went over to that little alcove between this door and the other door. We were in the fireplace. Or where you go, if there's a fire, you go there because you got 2 fire doors on each side. We can do that again, or we can make you all leave. We move our chairs around here. You can go out front. You can come back and hear me say there are no actions and we're adjourned. Anyone want to give us any more input before we go to closed session? Anyone online? So, Mr. Jones, you're going to have to say we're at recess and keep it there so that when I come back, they can hear whatever it is I need to say, including adjournment, okay?
Understood.
Thank you. The board will go to closed session. We think it's about 20 minutes, if I can contain myself.